So beautiful.
The way these boots fit.
So weird. The effect's not quite the same on film. So we're on our way in a snowstorm to go try to find someone who's lost in the woods. You'll say a prayer.
Okay.
Our verse that we'll open with tonight is Psalm 144:1. Blessed be the Lord my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight. And we'll pray. Father, we thank you for this platform. We thank you for our friends. We thank you for your protection and your guidance and your provision. We thank you that you never fail us. Watch over this program. Watch over those who view it. Give discernment to all who view it. And we just love you, Lord. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen. We have 4 Facebook group pages. Missing and Murdered Woman and Son Center and Database. The Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch. Lead Tracker E's Facebook group page. And our new group page, Predator, Bigfoot, and Spiritual Warriors Path.
I'm Lead Tracker E. This is Jerry Lead Horse Choctaw Williams. And we're very much excited about tonight's live stream. We've got some amazing guests on.
The DVD, Oklahoma Bigfoot Predator Watch, Antlers and Surrounding Areas. That's a DVD that we put together, documentary for places we don't want people going to. There are ambush areas, caves, where these predator Bigfoots are. But we do show you in that documentary predator Bigfoots in the wild, I guess you would say. Photos and their traps and blind hunting areas and what we don't want people getting confused with and going into the forest and not knowing what these things are and what you're looking at. Also, the new book, Predator, Bigfoot, and Spiritual Warriors Path. Right now, that price has been lowered. It's probably the lowest it's ever been right now. It's under $15, like 14 something. People have bought extra now that it's been lowered. Now they're buying extra ones to give them to extra people who need it. We recommend that everyone get them a book, read it, go through it, and learn from it. Also,
We have on the Lead Tracker E channel a segment called Tracking Miracles and Encounters, and we invite you to share your stories there that are just about God's, our Creator's divine intervention and divine orchestration. A lot of people don't even notice the miracles that are all around us, and we want to draw attention to that. So if you have a story that you know without a doubt that God's hand was all through it, we'd love to hear from you. It's a segment just to encourage people and uplift people. We have a post office box 655 Antlers, Oklahoma 74523.
Also, Standing Feather Stories, another segment that we do where we talk about the travels that I went through to get all this information and the information that we're bringing to you from Standing Rock and different ventures of that caliber. We share those experiences and show you where all the information comes from. My face looks so red. It's hot in here though. Arriving soon, Pai Grande, El Depredador y El Sendero del Guerrero y Spiritual. That's the new. It's the new Spanish version book of Predator Bigfoot and the Spiritual Warrior's Path. That's being translated. It's almost done, and that'll be out for our Spanish community, our friends who we need to communicate better so everyone knows about these predators. So this book is in Spanish now, so it's almost in print. Also, the new book, the new one that we're working on, it's a very we need you reading that first book first to really understand the second book. It's a very in-depth, faith-based, spiritual warriors book. These are things that no one knows about this predator. We're sharing that in the book, just like we shared some things that no one knew in the first book. But in the second book, we're getting into the spiritual war, spiritual battle, things you need to know about, and it's not a game, and it's not just flesh and blood. So be waiting for that book. It'll be out soon. We're just maybe next week it should be out. We're going to be pushing and not doing any more interviews. We want to finish that book, but tonight is special. So let's see, Patreon members. We appreciate all the help that you've been giving us. We still got some things to do, and of course, if you've been with the channel, if you're a subscriber or have supported the channel, you know where the money goes that is gifted for helping our tracking team in different areas. We always bring you the videos, more so than any other group does, and we show you what we do and how we do things. So if you'd like to become a Patreon member and help out more ways like that, or Cash App and PayPal is in the description below. I forgot to link the Spiritual Warrior House Band video, but we'll talk about that. We don't have super chat tonight, not that I know of, because we're not having live chat comments. But I think the guests are you can communicate in the private chat, and we'll have you on at 7:40. I'm not sure what time it is right now.
7:22.
Okay, so we will be able to get that. So where we at? Tracker training course candidates, we are very, very proud of you. There was 9-10 actual candidates who have guaranteed their spot for their test out. There's about 4 more who need to finish one more session at least, and they can test out also. And we have given a leniency of 1 month to finish all your courses so that you can also test out if you've missed more than one. So you're still in it. You still have to finish your work. Just like we said, you have to watch every stream so that you understand what we're talking about when we're in the field. You can't graduate without finishing all of those sessions. Even if you only miss one, you still need to go and watch that, get that homework, and we do have that homework, or other candidates that you know has that homework that you might have missed. You can get with them, talk with them, get that homework, but we need to get that finished. Graduation is on the 21st. Friday, we're going to be sending out the test only to those candidates who are eligible. The rest of the candidates will have to wait until they finish, but you can still graduate. And those 4, if you finish up that one session, you are eligible to get your test to test out. Again, this is a tracker channel. It's not a entertainment channel. So we don't have any live chat, so we don't need monitors tonight. So our monitor is actually going to be with us in the in the room tonight, which one of our main monitors and our war chief is also going to be with us tonight. He does have the qualifications to be here, so and he's got a lot of information along with everyone else that we need to share with everyone else. Is the audio working? Can everyone hear us? Mike says, let me see. I had to send it on a
Our
private.
chief says sounds great.
Okay. So Mike was just here, and he's going to be standing in for another person. And then, but everyone's not supposed to be here until like 7:40. So we're just going over the announcements right now. We're not going to need any monitors tonight. We won't be reading the comments. These are things that we go over every night. So I think that's it for that. Cut short because usually we do announcements on conduct of the meetings. But so tonight, since we got a little time, we're about 15 minutes ahead schedule, which is good. We're going to talk about, hopefully the other guests or they haven't went backstage yet. Well, some have, but I think they're listening right now.
We told them not to expect to come into the room until 7:40. So.
We do have someone in the room named Overbuilt. You have to let at least the audio or something that says that your devices are not connected. We see you, but it won't let you enter the room until either. Now, I think what you have to do is you have to allow the camera and the audio, but you can stop your cam. So it'll give you you have to allow it first, but then you can stop it before you come onto the stream so that you can have an avatar, or you can just have like a black screen with just a voice, like the speaker. But that's all you have to do. Okay, so we got a few people backstage right now. We're going to give them a little time. We still got about 13 minutes. But tonight we're going to be asking certain questions because everyone has talked about what the Indians say. And when we hear people telling other people that, or it's wrong information, we want to know who told them, where they got the information from, who their tribal leaders are. You know, where is this information coming from? So every time we ask that question, nobody can give us an answer. It's always, a lot of times they'll just quit the conversation or delete the conversation. But tonight you're going to hear from different people, different tribes. Mike says he's not getting in sound, and War Chief, he just wrote and said that he has gotten sound. War Chief, if you can write again real fast. Can you read the private chat, Mike? Oh, he just blinked off again. So it maybe he needs some earplugs or something. As long as everyone else can hear us.
Overbuilt said, just wanted to say that the comments are disabled on YouTube if you did not know. We did disable them just for this one conversation because we just want everybody listening and not distracting within the comments.
Yeah.
We just want this to be as though the viewers are just listening in to this conversation. But the Chief says his audio is great.
Okay, so it must be just Mike's. And Overbuilt, when you get back, you may be having the same problem, but you're going to have to allow your camera and mic in. And then when you get that in, then you can click the stop cam if you don't want your picture or screen to be open, which will give you a black screen and a speaker sound so you can still talk and we can still hear you. Or you can have an avatar, which is just a picture there. And
you still have time. We still have several more guests to.
Yeah, you still got 10 minutes
to get here.
Get it worked out too.
So great
But-
time for anybody to get a drink or just get themselves
But
settled.
tonight, we're gonna hear from different tribes. We're gonna be asking questions. Everyone's gonna get the same questions. We're gonna go down and we're gonna keep everything in order so that everyone has their say. And we're going to talk about from our grandmother to now, to what we know as fact. Okay, Mike, everybody's saying that their audio is good.
Can you hear us yet, Mike?
Can you communicate with him, War Chief? Oh, okay, good. All right.
Okay.
Mike's got it now. We still got a few minutes till everyone gets here. So we're going to be asking some questions that people may want to ask us or may have even asked some of our people. But there's some guests and some viewers tonight or some guests that has a little bit more experience, not just stories. But we're going to hear from everybody. Everyone's going to have equal say. And we're going to make sure that everyone understands this is what we're talking about. It's just going to be a conversation pretty much between us. I don't know what's going.
We're not sure if there's a hiccup because we closed the regular chat, and so it's so there won't be a regular chat, Judy. This is for the.
And we don't know if this is Judy. This may be a different Judy.
Oh, okay.
This may be, but we'll get to those in just a moment.
We've got about 8 more minutes.
And we're going to let everybody kind of get here. Then we'll bring everybody on together. But stay in the back room. Stay there. We see y'all. But we're just going to give everyone a little bit more time.
There's Judy.
How did we?
Judy, this one, and we're not throwing you out of the room, but this is for the natives to talk, so there won't be a regular chat tonight. So, hi, Judy.
Hi,
See
Judy.
your smiling face.
And did you send that extra?
Did I
links?
send out extra links? No.
Okay. Maybe it's out somewhere. I don't know.
This is the first time I'm doing like this, so
without the chat and everything.
yeah.
But we're going to
We'll get it figured out.
Everything's going to be interesting tonight. We have video, we have photos to show everybody. We're going to get to some questions that people have been wanting to either ask us or just hasn't yet. I don't understand what's happening because.
Do you want to just go ahead and turn the comments?
Let me see.
We may end up having to turn on the regular comments.
Last Adventures.
Yeah.
How is everybody getting backstage? Let me see what we could do here because it's supposed to be with a couple of people. Let me see.
This is. We're glad you guys are here, Jim and Judy, but we're having some technical issues. This one is for the guests that are the Native Americans that we had talked to ahead of time that will be on this basically a roundtable discussion.
I'm going to go to YouTube and see if I can turn on the comments.
And then, and that way you guys, our regular friends and viewers will be able to go ahead and comment in the regular chat so there won't be confusion.
Give us 1 second.
We had turned it off at first because we thought it would be easier that way, but it seems to be making it more difficult. Bear with us. And the rest of our guests were not even told to be here until 7:40, so We still have a few minutes
Yeah.
to let people get here.
I want to say, I think I have to go to it first. And then have to go to customize. Turn the live chat on. Live chat replay. Okay. We're going to try that.
Oh,
Alrighty then. There's Fern and Gina, everybody. Now.
So Fern is okay. Good. Okay.
We're trying to get this. Now, can anybody comment? Just regular comment? I think the comments are on now. I just put my hand like that, so I wasn't trying to write a code or anything. So we got about 4 more minutes. We're waiting on some everyone to get here. We told them 7:40. But I can say that tonight we're going to be asking questions that starts with our grandparents on what they told us about, certain creatures and things like that when we're growing up. And then we're going to go into as far as what we know or what our parents knew, what we knew, the stories that we were told. And then we're going to get into encounters, actual encounters and things that are happening.
Are they getting in the chat?
Yeah, but we're getting. I'm not sure how everyone's getting into, and this is what we're talking about. Let me go ahead and stop everybody. War Chief, we know that you're about monitors. Now we're going to need the monitors. Tonight we just wanted people, but we're having problems with something. So, but we want no questions from the chat. No questions from the people viewing. And we're going to ask that in a good way. We wasn't going to have chat at all, but it's like we have to have it because something's wrong with the computer. But we're not going to be answering those questions from the comments. We don't even want to know about the comments. We don't want any disruptions. We're just going to be talking to the tribes here, the people here,
about their experiences, and we don't want to run out of time either.
Or space.
Time and space.
Okay, so
we have a lot of guests in here.
It is. What time is it? 7:38. We're going to go ahead and start adding some people.
But if, like Judy, exit out.
Well, I can do that.
Well, the only reason I'm saying that is if we're only allowed so many people in there, and the other guests have to be in, or it'll kick.
Yeah, I can.
It won't let them in. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
Stay, Judy, but just not in the.
Yeah, we have certain people that we ask to be here.
Has to have a certain amount of room.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
But we'll catch up with you soon, Judy.
Yeah, we'll catch up with you. Okay, we're gonna have some of our guests come on now. We are going to.
There's Tracker A.
Oh wow! The link. How did it get in the description? Oh, I don't know, but thank you for letting us know.
Yes.
Okay, so we're gonna have see who's here already, and we're gonna go ahead and get started. And when the rest of them come in, we'll ask them the questions and let them pick up. Okay. They'll be here as soon as they can. So we're gonna keep this in order. Whatever appearance comes in, that's the order that we're going to be following. So let's invite the guests that we have here now. We've seen 2 or 3 bleep in and bleep out, so they may be having. There's Bernice when she's at work. However, you can get here, Bernice. B has she's a Navajo. She's living up in, or Danae living up in
Fisher, Louisiana.
Fisher, Louisiana. Now, did we send? Okay, I hope Fred has got the right link?
It was sent.
Okay. All right. So we're going to invite our guests, and we're going to explain and talk to them real fast about how we're going to do this. So everyone stay with us and listen to what we're going to talk about. Let's see who we all have here. We have people going sideways. Upside down now. How are we doing, everybody?
Great.
All right.
Lovely.
Good.
I'm joining you guys with my wife's homemade meatloaf right now, so go right ahead.
Oh, good. Fern, can y'all hear us? Are y'all good there?
We're great, thanks.
Okay. So there's some people who's not here yet, and B, whenever you get a chance to get back in here, we're gonna go ahead and start without everyone else. But when they get here, we're gonna ask them the same questions that we're gonna ask everyone, and then we're gonna start with our grandmothers, and we're gonna get to encounters. But we're gonna take it step by step. So the questions that we ask, we just want a yes or a no and a story, because everything it's going to be related to the next question. Okay, so looks like you're first, Mike. Lead Tracker E will be doing the monitoring, and I will be as the Choctaw, war chief, a Choctaw representative. So
Okay.
Glad you're here, Mike. Would you please introduce yourself and just give us briefly your tribe, and also what did your grandparents tell you about Bigfoot, and also anything related of any of these beings that are out here in the forest? The little people, like, what were they called? What did they tell you? Anything about anything?
And I'm sorry. And also, if you do have a symbol to represent your tribe or your clan or your people, it could be an eagle feather. It could be like I have a wampum string, which is for anyone who talks in large groups. We see some eagle feathers there. I know War Chief has some pipes and things like that. But if you do have that, we usually bring these to the table or to the middle of the floor, and we place them there as a speaker or a representative of our tribe or of our people. But if you don't, that's fine too. But just something that's like a protocol that we do. Mike,
The floor is yours, Mike.
the floor is. Hey, there we go.
I hate to say this. I mean, my tribe is Prussian, and they wear pickle knob helmets. I'm not. I have a little Native American in me, but a lot of Americans claim that though too. But I apologize if I'm not supposed to be here. I didn't. I came to listen to you guys and stories and stuff. Guys, I'm really sorry. I feel like I threw a monkey wrench into your program.
We thought you said you was going to speak for your friend Amanda.
I could, there's some. I can speak a little bit for Amanda. Sure, I could do that.
Okay, we could do that.
We'll work with you.
Amanda is. She was explaining to me like I forwarded you. She's Inuit, and her tribe is technically from Canada that she's related to, and they are related to the Navajo, either an offshoot of the Navajo or they're with the Navajo. Amanda's had a lot of experience. I've had some, but she's had a lot of experience with Sasquatch, Bigfoot, and so on like that. The rest of you that are listening, I contacted Jerry because Amanda has some friends in Marion Springs, Michigan. And they have some what she told me, very aggressive Sasquatches on there. Very aggressive. And she's been trying to get them to call Jerry to get his help. and everything. They put bars on their windows. They have put floodlights around, trying to discourage them. He's used firearms. He hasn't fired at them, just in the air. He doesn't want to take any chance. The husband there or her friend doesn't want to take any chance of hurting one, unless it comes absolutely necessary. I don't, because Amanda and I both believe that there are good and bad out there of Bigfoot, Sasquatch, wherever you want to refer to them. I think there's a lot of we're experienced. There's, and even some of mine there too. It reminds me of, well, humans. We have good and bad humans. And I believe in Sasquatch or the Bigfoot seems there different clans, different areas. There's a lot of down in Texas areas and even parts of Arkansas. There's been reports of inbreeding in some of the groups that they have, and that could be, it very well could be, has something to do with their aggressive behavior and even some cannibalism too. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just, no, I was going to say, I'm not sure if this is going to work because we actually need the experience and the grandmother's words.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jerry. No, my grandparents, my grandpa and grandpa Sailor, or my grandpa Sailor died when he was younger. My grandma Sailor was in a nursing home, unfortunately. I didn't get much from her. I have cousins from the Upper Peninsula that have had experiences. I've had experiences. That's where actually my experiences took place in Delta County in Michigan's Upper Peninsula. And we come back one night from in town during deer season. We usually went in town one night, and there was one. Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, we got a list of questions that we're going to be going over.
Oh, go ahead. I'm sorry, Jerry. Yes, go ahead. I apologize. Go ahead.
Like what we're needing is a Native American. I mean, if you know her stories, if you know what her grandmother told her of her childhood encounter.
Yeah. Well, her grandmother and her father told her her father lives up in the Upper Peninsula and with the up there, and they both, her grandmother, her father, believe it's Bigfoot's also a spiritual person. That's from their experience. That was passed down to her. They're like guardians of the forest, is what she was taught by them. But again, they've had bad experiences too, real bad experiences. Well, they've had good and bad both. That's why I didn't mean to go overboard here. That's why I kind of explained it was like humans like that. That's the way she explained it to me. In the same way, there's good and bad in both.
Well, why don't we? We really need to talk to her.
I understand. I understand, Jerry. I totally understand. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I understand. Did she make it tonight? I contacted her.
Yeah, she hasn't said anything or anything, but
man,
it's
well, she just moved. She was my downstairs neighbor, and her and we conversed late at night many times and stuff like this, sharing our experiences like that. Yeah, like I said, Jerry, I apologize. I did not mean to throw a monkey wrench into this at all.
I thought
you didn't do anything wrong.
Yeah, it's no big deal. It's not. But I thought you was like, you had all of her information, or
I have some of her information, but not all of it. And I apologize if I gave you any false idea that I did. I apologize if that came across. I do apologize for that.
Okay, and we do still want to talk with her and with you. We'll just not under this format.
Yeah.
So,
at a different one.
Yeah,
that's fine, guys. Can I stay here and watch? I mean, can I stay here?
Of course, absolutely.
Yeah, we have it open.
Great.
Yeah.
Enjoy that good supper.
I will. I'm going to enjoy it here as I'm watching you guys. I'm thinking about you every bite I take.
And we're glad you're here and glad to meet you. And we're sorry for the confusion too.
Oh, I'm sorry too. I'm sorry if I did anything. Next time I'll wear my pickle knob helmet. That way you'll know who you're talking to.
All right, we will to Fern and Gina.
Well,
Yeah.
I'll go ahead and start it. And so, like about we'll
You want to do an example?
Yeah, I'll do the example
Okay.
in the beginning.
We're going to switch, and Jerry will give his answers first, and then originally it was going to be last.
Yeah.
So,
Halito Chukma Chata Nopa Vumoma Sa Usuba Palichi. Bringing my wampum strand, and I represent the Choctaw Nation of the Mississippi and the Oklahoma Choctaw, so I represent both of them. We're going to explain what we were taught and what our grandmothers taught us. But I'm happy to be here, and I will speak the truth to everybody. I'd just like to let everybody know that I'm thankful for being here, and welcome everyone's thoughts and ideas so that we can share all this information together. But I'm bringing the wampum to the center as a representation for me being able to speak. Okay.
What did your
And now we'll go to Fern. She's next on the line.
You don't want to talk about what your grandma.
We're just introducing right now.
Okay.
We would stand up and like I would be Kunshi clan. We would stand up, and then that person would introduce, and then that person would sit down. Then the next person would stand up, and they would introduce what clan, what tribe they're from. Next one would do that, and until we get everybody, and then after that, then we'll go into why we're here and the questions.
Okay. Fern and Gina, welcome.
Hi. Okay. I'm basically here for Gina. I really don't have anything much to say or add from the other night. I am Indian, but I grew up off reserve. I know nothing. So everything I know is from Gina.
Hey,
I'll let her speak for us. So, and this is my friend Gina.
Hi.
Hi, Gina.
Hi. What's the question?
This is the introduction.
Oh, okay. You just want me to tell you about myself? Is that it?
Yeah,
Yes,
just
please.
where you're
All
from.
right. I'm from the west coast of Vancouver Island, and I live down the Alberni Canal on a very small reserve. And I grew up there, between there and Port Alberni. You know, my kids went to school and everything else in the residential school. Well, I went to the residential school. My kids, I made sure they didn't go to the residential school. And yeah, I lost my grandparents while I was in the residential school, and I was not allowed to grieve for them. So it caused a lot of illness in my life to be unable to express that. And the things that happened to me at the residential school still affect my life even today. For the longest time, I lived in the symptoms of the abuse, and it took me a long time to figure it out. And my grandmother's taught me a lot of things when I was home for holidays. And I left the residential school early because my mother needed some help. She'd had a heart attack. And while I was at the residential school, I lost both my grandmothers. I didn't ever know my grandfathers. And they taught me some things about Sasquatch. So I think it might be interesting. And the way they talked back then was very simple. They used very simple words. They didn't have any descriptions, you know, it was just basically information. And we were told those stories to help us to learn life lessons from those stories. So yeah, that's what I have to offer.
But you've had many experiences down there?
Oh yes, I've had a lot of experiences down there. We were taught to never be afraid of them. We were taught they're a natural part of life, and we were taught that sometimes they may even need help themselves, but I never ever helped any Sasquatch. Well, maybe by leaving scraps outside, I don't know. But I've seen them several times as well, and we were taught not to be afraid of them. We were taught that they weren't fearful creatures, and as long as they stayed on their side of their border and we stayed on ours, everything was fine. And if they broke that law, they answered to our creator, not to us. We never went out there with guns and tried to take them out or anything. Yeah, we were taught a lot of things about Sasquatch. They used it to keep us under control as children, but they told us later on in our life that they'll never ever hurt you.
Mm,
Yeah.
okay. War Chief. Let's move to War Chief, and
Will you please introduce yourself?
Yes, my name's Charles Hamill. I'm part Choctaw and Cherokee. All of those tribes that I'm a part of are from Oklahoma. And my most prized possession is one of my Trail of Painted Ponies from the Trail of Painted Ponies.
Beautiful.
I made this in Yeah.
I never knew. My grandmother on my dad's side was full blood Choctaw.
And the one I'm
And
working
my
on.
mother, my grandfather on my mother's side was full blood Cherokee. And growing up, they never talked to me about these creatures out in the forest. And I was in the Boy Scouts. You know, we camped out in the forest a lot. And I went camping a lot by myself, fishing and everything. Never knew about them until I had my experience in Broken Bow, Beavers Bend State Park up there on the Mountain Fork River. In '74, I was 21, and I was happened to be fishing. I had already caught 3 fish and had them in a bucket, and was going to try to catch another one. And accidentally,
War
go
Chief,
ahead.
we'll come back with specific questions about experiences. We're going to try to let you do the questions in small pieces and go around with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
first question.
For Jerry,
First question.
that was the first question.
Well, the first question is to everybody. What did our grandmothers say about these creatures, the Bigfoots? And I'll go first. My grandmother, she told us never to, play out in the dark. She also told us not to put a lightning bug, don't smash a lightning bug on our nose and play in the dark, because when you come out of the dark, something else will be following you out. They also told us not to play in the dark, as all the kids not to play in the dark, because there will be something playing with you. There'll be an extra kid, or there'll be an extra something out there is playing with you. And she told us that they are around, and also to be careful, but she never told us anything more than that. So that's all I knew from what my grandmother had told me. And like in this segment, we're going to be talking about what our grandmothers told us, what our parents told us, and we'll get to those. But right now, we're just seeing what our grandmothers had told us about it. And that's all that she told me about it. So it wasn't like a lot of information.
So the next the next question for the floor.
That's actually, we need to go through everybody. So the next one would be, and Fern, you still have, we still want to hear from you, because this relates to all of us, from what we knew from our grandmother, and you'll see it all falls into place.
Let us welcome Tracker B into the room.
Hello.
Tracker B. Hi, would you please introduce yourself?
Sure. Che Bernice Bodin Shep Kiani Schloit Kodachini Bashishin Che hold toy the net and so my son Taya Chitney clan Ado the clan. My name is Bernice Dubose, and I just said my clans and my grandparents' clan. And I'm originally from Twin Lakes, New Mexico, but I reside in Fisher, Louisiana. Hello, everyone.
Hi. Hi.
Thank you, Tracker B. We're very glad you're here tonight.
So we'll get back to the question, what did our grandmother say to us? And this is all we want to know, and then we'll get to what did our parents tell us and what did our friends, those things. But the question on the floor is, what did our grandmothers tell us? And we can go with whoever's next. Was that Fern?
Well, they did actually both say.
Okay,
Well,
Fern?
Yeah.
I don't have anything to add, Jerry.
Okay. And that's what we know. If you do, you explain. But if not, then we'll pass it on to the next one.
Okay, Gina.
Hey, I wrote down what my grandmother's taught me. If you want me to read it.
Sure,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
She's like me, organized.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah. Our elders believe Sasquatch is a spiritual being. They also believe they turn into the physical being as we know as Sasquatch. Elders said that they can appear and disappear at will. In spiritual form, they can pass through anything, including other beings, cedar tree people, shadow people. Our elders teach that all living things have a type of spirit. That's the reason our people thank the Creator by doing rituals before hunting and after taking an animal down. Elders said if you kill an animal, you have to thank it and the Creator. Elders said that if you kill an animal, you eat that animal and use every part of it for something.
Yeah.
Pardon?
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, where was I? Sorry. Okay, elders said if Sasquatch is a spiritual being, spiritual form, some people can sense them or smell them or hear them. I feel that maybe that's why some people can feel themselves being breathed on or spit on their neck. Elders said to us when we were children to never interact with Sasquatch because they can be dangerous. Elders taught us that there are two kinds of spiritual beings and that they can react to you and your words in two different behaviors, good and bad. Elders said don't curse, defame, don't lie, and don't use vicious words, or the good or bad entities will act on those words. And that's through Sasquatch too as well. Elders were also telling us don't say that and don't talk like that. Elders said that your words are powerful. The Creator built everything and made everything with his words. Elders said our names are powerful. Elders said our names mean something, they respect or honor something, or is a title. They said our names are sacred and true and are handed down through the generations, and these entities understand these and beings, and they understand this. And beings and entities hear you. They can carry out your words in the form of actions. Elders said, speak out loud, give these entities permission to go into action. Speaking out loud gives those entities permission to go into action, sometimes through Sasquatch. Our people have songs, dances, stories, and plays about Sasquatch, and our people have practiced them for generations, and they've passed them on down generations. My elder said Sasquatch can go into or appear as anything such as an animal, a strange animal, a werewolf, a wolfman, a pukmis, or an alien, even a raven, bear, owl, or even unknown entities through these or two spirits. Elders said that the spiritual being were made by the Creator. Elders said the spiritual Sasquatch were made by the Creator before he made man. They hate us and despise us because the Creator made us in his image and likeness. The Creator made the earth. The Creator made the earth for us to live and to use everything in the world. Elders said Sasquatch were not allowed to harm these that are his. Elders said the Sasquatch is not a monster or evil or a beast, but are the first beings to be sent to live in the world. We called them the wild man of the woods. Elders said we should respect their territory and they should respect ours. If they break this law, they answer to the Creator. Elders said there are tribes of them living in the woods because they are people. Elders use stories of Sasquatch to teach children to obey their parents. When we got older, they let us know Sasquatch will never harm us. They'll scare you if you disobey their territorial boundaries. Just a thought, maybe young males are trying to establish their own territory by breaking branches, screaming, and throwing rocks. That's just my opinion. I wasn't taught that by an elder. Elders taught us to close the curtains at night on the windows because the poof mist can look in. If you see him, you could go blind, your hair can turn white, or you could die of fright. My thought, my grandmother said to me, if the moon can look upon your face through the window, then so can man or beast, and man or beast are not as kind as the moon. That was her teaching for us when we were children. Elders said the Sasquatch can give you fear by sending fear into you. We have protection from them sending fear into us. Elders taught us that. Elders considered fear a spiritual weapon. Elders believe people can use these entities to scare or hurt others as well. We can scare or will things to take place against anyone if we're not protected. We have to use our God, our Creator, as protection through their sacred entities. And elders said, when we pass through Sasquatch territory or strange land or strange water, you speak your intent out loud. Elders said you have to leave a gift. We have berries and food. We leave something important or means something to you. They feel the intent or the dedication or work that went into the gift. Elders said Sasquatch live better than we do. Their food, medicine, environment, and ability to survive are far superior to ours. Before contact, we lived the same way as they did. Elders said that what Sasquatch considered sacred or important or useful to them is not at all the same as ours. A rock can be important because of how they use it or what's in it. They can see and feel things that we can't in objects. Only a very few people have the gift of being able to do this now. Elders said ravens are messengers or they warn us of danger. You must interpret their message. Elders say that never visit a home or another reservation without a gift. Maybe that's why we must leave a gift for Sasquatch when we pass through their land. Elders said everything is in movement, everything that are deceased, even everything that are deceased. Elders said spirits are forever. Elders said Sasquatch is more susceptible to these entities than us. My thought, I think we are just as or more susceptible to Sasquatch. It shows itself more and more in the world. Elders said to be a doctor, you need to go into the woods, suffer until you gain a spiritual entity by starving and not drinking water for 4 days. You gain power by using this and enduring. You become a spiritual doctor, a baby doctor, a medicine doctor, or an evil doctor, which involves witchcraft. After you receive these powers and gifts, you also have a new name and a new song and a new power object. Sasquatch are people too. Yeah, I have a lot more that I haven't written down, but I'm glad to share that with you.
Okay. Did that come from a certain elder, or is that from your grandmother?
No, it's from my grandmother. What happened was I lived at home till I was 7 years old, and then I was sent to residential school. So they started teaching me stuff. They even taught me to do medicines, but some of them were like half learned, quarter learned. Some of them, like, I just knew that it was medicine, but didn't know what to do with it because I got sent to the residential school when I was 7. And I went back home when I was 16. I went in 1974 and left in 1964. And all that time, all the things that they could have taught me is lost.
Because your grandmother died.
Yeah, my grandmother died while I was in the hospital. And when I went home, I lived with my mother, looked after her because she'd had a heart attack. And I was completely devastated, and I wasn't even a person. And I was completely withdrawn, and I was in my mind, I was nobody, nothing, and I would never amount to anything, because we were told that every day at the residential school, every day, and we were children, so we believed it. So yeah, when I went home, there was still a couple of elders left on reserve, and they used to come visit my mother, and I would talk with them in our language. And I lost my language at the residential school. So, like, I actually didn't talk to them. I was talking quietly in my head. And I listened to them tell their stories, and they told me a lot of things. And so I had that privilege. I call it a privilege now, because I have that information and I've written it down. And so I lived at home till I was 19. And when I first went home, I was completely speechless for a whole year. I wouldn't speak to anybody. Like I said, I was nothing and nobody. And I tried several times to do away with myself, and I never could, because I think my grandmothers were protecting me, sending me sending me birds to interfere with my attempt to take my life. I have so many stories. It's incredible. Yeah. Yeah.
And we're very honored that you're here. Thank you for taking the time to share all this with us. We're glad that you're here.
Yeah.
And War Chief, what do you have the words that your grandmother may have said or told you about these creatures?
Well, like I say, my grandmother's never really told me anything about it as far as my dad's mom, a Choctaw, full-blood Choctaw, and my granddad on my mom's side, he's full-blood Cherokee. At night, they would not let us go outside. They never told us why, but they wouldn't let us kids go out after dark. Now, I'm sure there was a good reason for it, but they just wouldn't let us go out. Other than that, I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah, that was good for me too.
The next question is, we're wondering, because the difference between the generations, what your parents told you about these creatures in the woods. We will start with you, Mike, and also
Mike is not going to be speaking.
Okay.
For what's your name? So
I'm not allowed to, guys. Go ahead to everybody else. I'm just here.
Okay, Mike. Well, then, Mary, what did your parents say?
Growing up, my parents didn't say anything about a Bigfoot. By that time, we were into a small town. We were not in the country anymore. It's different circumstances. Out in the country, they were telling us don't do this and don't do this. But in the town, I was raised more with my mother. But they didn't tell us about Bigfoot. We had to find out on the TV from just hearsay what people were talking about. But my parents didn't. They didn't have any information about these creatures, so it wasn't. We just knew what we knew from like the TV, so we didn't get any information from our parents.
Okay. The next question.
The next person.
The next person.
Everyone has to say.
Sure. Thanks. What is the question?
What did your parents tell you?
My parents told me go talk to your grandma. I shared very little knowledge with or gained very little knowledge from my parents. They went to residential school too, and they treated us like they treated us at the residential school because that's what they learned there. And and they didn't teach it to us because they felt ashamed to teach it to us. Our grandparents talked to us all the time. And when the elders got together and they had a cup of tea at my mother's house, they would speak about all that stuff. And she would be busy running around getting tea and all that kind of thing for the elders. And I'd be sitting on the outside listening to all of this. And I loved it.
You gained a lot of knowledge.
I did. I gained a lot of knowledge from them. And I think they were doing it on purpose. They didn't know that. I don't think they knew that I'd been beaten at the residential school, had my hair torn out because I spoke language there. And I don't think they knew it, but they suspected something had happened. And so this is how they were giving me information, is by sitting together and telling each other these stories, and I got them, and those teachings. And I picked them up. I could understand our language. I didn't speak my language for 70 years, and I finally started speaking it just recently.
Oh, but even recently is good.
Yeah.
Good. Glad you're doing that. We have one more guest that's trying to get in right now.
Yeah, Lakota, he'll be in just a minute from the Lakota Nation.
Tracker B had to go back to work.
Yeah, if we're still on, she'll be back. So we'll move to War Chief. What did your parents share with you about the Bigfoots?
Not a thing. They didn't know about it, and I didn't know about it. So
yeah.
I didn't know about it until I had my encounter.
Okay.
And then I still didn't know exactly what it was. I just knew it nearly scared me to death. Well, it nearly scared me to death. So that's when I found out that there was something like that out there. No, they never told me a thing. I learned a little bit from the Boy Scouts, you know, when you're out after dark, what things to do, what not to do, and what things you could do. So that's the only place that I learned. But they never talked about anything like that out in the forest.
Okay.
Bigfoot.
You want to wait for them to get in here?
No, we can catch up with them.
Okay.
The people we're waiting on also, they're trying to get in, and they have 4 people with them. They're bringing some Heyoka medicine people, and he is actually the next white buffalo calf pipe carrier. He'll be here in just a moment too.
So I'm going to the next
Yeah.
question. Okay, the next question, and we'll start with you, Fern and Gina. As a child, what sort of things have you seen in this realm? And it doesn't have to be just Bigfoot. It can be any kind of beings in the forest that are not normally seen or considered by a lot of people even to be real. Little people, Wendigo, Stikini.
Ooh, okay, Gina.
Any of these things, the orbs, the fairies, little people, including what names they go by in your area.
No. Yeah, I saw many things. I don't know how far I want to go with this. I've seen many spiritual things, and I kind of frightened people when I talked about it when I was little, but I didn't understand that nobody else could see them but me. So like I have a lot of those stories, and even my children like have seen fairies, just like they are in Walt Disney. They look as beautiful as that. And some of them have seen mermaids, and they're not beautiful. They're very, very ugly, frightening. And they've seen Pukmis, which is a person who died and didn't know, and he was traveling around in other animals. Slowly he fell apart. But he's the one that would look in the window, and if you saw him, you would get either frightened to death or your hair would turn white or something. Hey? And many others. We never ever saw that wolfman creature, but our people do believe in shapeshifters. And there was one recently in our area. I didn't see it, but the lady who told me is like an honest, straightforward person, and I believe her. And it wasn't just her, it was other members of her tribe also. And Sasquatch, we've seen many of them, different sizes.
Oh,
And
okay.
we've seen white ones, and yeah, I've had them looking in my window, walking by my porch, you know, and walking behind my house almost every night.
Through the bathroom window.
Yeah, they looked at me through my bathroom window when I was having a shower.
That was like, how high was that? 10,
Yeah.
12?
Yeah, it was like probably where he was looking in, it was probably like 10 or 12 feet high.
And this
He
is
seen
when you were
Well, the thing about it is you have to remember these are spiritual beings. They can look at you at 50 feet high. I mean, they can go anywhere. They're spiritual, right? That's what our elders taught us. Yeah.
when you were a child, right?
Yeah. And we've seen many other things, very different things. I don't know how to describe them. Oh, hello there. Oh,
Now we know your grandma told you to cover those curtains or put
Yes.
curtains over the.
yeah.
And now there's something looking in the window.
I love you too. I'll have to can you grab my purse? I'm sorry, I'm just picking up some bread for my neighbor.
Homemade bread.
Need that bread, she said.
Yes. Okay.
Fern, do you have any experiences with?
Did you see anything as a child? Like we were saying, fairies, ghosts, orbs, lights in the night.
Okay.
See you
Oh.
soon.
Are you talking ghosts? Are you?
Yeah, we're talking. What did you see
Anything
as a
that
child?
someone would consider paranormal or supernatural, or
We'll know what the
all of
Indians
this stuff
see.
is connected. It's
Okay, I
all
haven't thought about it, but yes, actually.
Mhm.
when I was young, about 6 years old. There was me and there was a couple of incidences. Me and my two foster sisters were in the upstairs bedroom. We all shared a bedroom up there, 3 beds. Oh, my bed was, there's about 3 incidences. My bed was closest to the door, so it was up to me to turn off the light switch. Where's my hand? You know, I can't find my hand. The light switch, right? Run to the door and turn off the light switch. So I don't know why I would do this. I would go shut off the light and then jump into bed and put the blankets up over me. I don't know why. I know now, but at the time it was just something I always did. There was a time, it must have been shortly after Christmas, and we had the chimney go through our bedroom, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, yeah.
Right. So then it was like a walk around. So at that time I was laying in bed facing, we had just gotten these dolls and cribs, you know, and so they were all lined up, and I was just laying looking at them before I'm falling asleep. And then all of a sudden they started moving, and they started moving like a train around the chimney and kind of back. So I'll either like I imagined it or what, I don't know. There was the time one Sunday after church, us kids would have a race. We would come home and have a race to see who would be the first one to run upstairs and hang up the coats, you know, whatever it was. So I was the first one. I was all excited. I'd beat everybody. Everyone was still downstairs talking. I go running upstairs. I open up the closet door, and it had a secret closet inside. So as I opened up the door, I saw something in the corner of the closet, punched on the floor, dark, long hair. And with the fingers, hands were out like that and crouched, ready to attack if needed. And so I just dropped everything, slammed the door. I might have pushed something in front of the door, and I went running downstairs and acted like nothing happened. And I'm waiting for the sisters to go up and let them open the door. And they did, and nothing happened. So it's like, there is apparently, I found out later, there was a girl, the family before us had lived there for 50 years or so, and their daughter was at that time, I don't know, at that time they had, what do you call them, mentally challenged, and they didn't want to put him in an asylum, so they kept her, but they kept her locked up in that bedroom.
Oh.
And that's what they did at that time. But yeah, so that was the story. Oh, and then I remember we're down in the basement, me and my sisters, and we were playing. And then we had, what would you call that? A support, where I can't see my hand, support beam from the ceiling down to the floor, a pole, right? And so we were playing hide and seek, or we were all just playing. And then all of a sudden I could see my sister peeking around the pole, but it wasn't my sister. She had the dark, curly, long hair. Because when she peeked around, and then she was gone. And so then we used to write notes and leave them in the, what do you call that? The ceiling, the basement ceiling. Oh, we want to play with you and all this sort of stuff, right? We never saw her again, but just little things like that. Now that you mention it.
Okay.
Yeah. I had thought.
Excuse me. Please forgive me. Fred Roll, Chugyoung Tribal Council member. I'm sorry I'm late. please forgive me. I am jumping in midstream. So where are we at? I was listening to you, ma'am. Please forgive me.
Oh,
Meant no disrespect. I'm running late. That's on me. I'm just asking where we're at.
it's okay. We're just we'll since you're in the room now, go ahead and we'll catch you up real quick, Fred. Just introduce yourself and we'll ask you we're only a few questions in, and so you introduce yourself. We'll ask you those few questions, and then you'll be caught up with everyone else.
And there's still a few more people who are trying to get in. They'll be here in just a minute, so you're not really behind.
No
You're not
problem.
Really late. Not really late.
Okay. Well, again, forgive me because I am late and I'm usually cordial and on time. But my name's Fred Roll. I'm a Chugyoung Tribal Council member from Dillingham, Alaska. My lineage goes back, as most of y'all, as more than a millennia, and we're an oral history natives, as y'all are too. And please forgive me for being late. And I would just like to introduce myself as Fred John Roll, Chugyoung Tribal Council member from Bristol Bay, Alaska. And please forgive me for interrupting.
No problem at all. We're very glad you could make it, and we're excited to get to talk to you. The first question that we asked everyone is, what did your grandparents tell you about Bigfoot?
But also, we have other questions from your grandmother to your parents to other questions. So we're just looking for what did your grandmother tell us, and then the next question we'll have another, and then another.
Okay, fair enough. So it wasn't necessarily my grandma. My grandma was really resolute. It was my aunties below her that really pushed home the whole thing about the hairy man up here. It was along the lines of behave yourself, don't whistle, don't fall in the woods. You will be taken and eaten. It wasn't nothing but adversarial as far as what we up here as a Chugyoung Tribal Council member, our oral history dictates that they were not forced friends. They were not anything that was anything nice. It was all they will eat you, steal you, and that's the gist of what I was taught.
Good. And so that probably covers the next question, which was, what did your parents say? So the aunties are who?
Yeah, same thing. My dad actually was a witness to a few hairy man encounters, as we call it here in Alaska. But the overwhelming theme, if you want to call it that, was not our friends, there wasn't no basket weaving classes. You know what I mean? It was all, they will kill you, they will eat you, behave yourself, do not become a victim to the hairy man or the hairy woman, whatever you want to call it. Don't follow the whistles in the woods. Do not turn your back on the woods. And that's generally the basis of our oral history. There was never any, oh, the hairy man has a basket weaving class on Wednesday or berry picking class on Thursday. It was always, they'll kill you and eat you.
Right.
Nothing more, nothing less.
Okay, and then to catch you up on where we're at on the questions, what did you see as a child? And you can expand it too into anything that would be considered supernatural, paranormal, because we know that the the other beings and the orbs, and it's all related. It all goes together. So if there's something else that comes to
Yeah.
mind,
Did you see orbs, vampires, walking wolves? You know, things, cryptid.
Okay, fair enough. As a child, 1983, I slipped away from my auntie babysitting us because as a child, I felt I was savvy and I knew better than all the nonsense being told to me. Well, I was wrong. I make it out on this trail. I'm about 70 yards from a group of willows that after this group of willow trees up here in Alaska, just past that off to the right is my tree house, which I was, again, 1983. I was born in 75, so I was like 7, 8 years old. I thought I was smarter than what my Auntie Lucy was telling me. So I'm going down the trail, I'm staring at my feet, and then all of a sudden I got this overwhelming feeling that I'm being watched. I look up, 70 yards away, there's this dark shadow in the willows. And I assumed it was my Uncle Leo because at the time he was 6'4", and it was the only thing I could really equate what I'm seeing versus what I know. And it starts swaying back and forth and then screamed at me. When it screamed, I realized the hairy man is real. So I retreated, of course, got back home. Well, later that fall, we're on the Nushagak River, Bristol Bay, Alaska. We're at Black Bluff, Black Point, Angel Bay, whatever you want to call it. It's where it's tidal. So it's the tidal zone of the Nushagak River. Well, we were coming back from hunting camp, and we were on a 32-foot fishing boat. It was a Magitech, or actually a American commercial, forgive me. So off the back of this 32-foot fishing boat, we had an A-frame of 2x4s that had our quarters hanging from the hunting trip, right, with a tarp over it. Well, we ran aground because the channel changes every season in that area because of the ice flow and all that. And grant you, forgive me, it's Alaska, so it's different than most places. Well, the boat got stuck, and one of our cousins, was older cousin at the time, wanted to take us youngins to go sport fishing with rods and reels, and we were pulling away from the boat, right, in the skiff. And no sooner than we were pulling away, every adult on the boat was waving and screaming. And initially, we didn't hear the screaming up on the bluff a little ways away. So we get up back on the boat, and they're shuffling us up inside the cab of this boat, 32-foot fishing boat, right? They're telling us, get in there, get in there, get in there. And it's my older cousins and dad and uncles, right? So they're telling us, get in there, get in there. And when we get inside, we hear the screaming. And the hairy man was that's what we call it where I'm from, the hairy man, because it looks more Neanderthal than ape. But anyway, so it was about 70 yards away and 65 feet above us, a silhouette. This thing was screaming and started chucking rocks. Now, we weren't shuffled further down below until one of those rocks busted through the tarp, hit a quarter of a moose quarter, and knocked it off of everything. And then we were sequestered down even further into the sleeping quarters of this 32-foot fishing boat. And all we heard was gunshots ring out. Bang, 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 bang. And you'd hear the scream, and then you would hear rocks hit the boat and then hear screams some more, right? And that's when I realized that it wasn't just real, it was dangerous. So, not to interrupt, I hand it back to y'all to please forgive me for being late. I sincerely mean that. I didn't mean to be late. If we can continue from there.
Yep.
Did we get Gina's?
Uh,
Did
as a child.
What did you see? You've seen the fairies. What else?
Oh yeah. Well, I saw Sasquatch several times. Like, I mean, we never thought anything of it because our elders taught us about them, so there was no fear, and we knew what they were allowed to do, what they weren't allowed to do, and we believed it. I think belief has a lot to do with it, and that there's never been an incident of even them hurting our dogs or our children or women or anything ever. There's not a history of that, none. And we were taught to respect them. They were taught to respect us. But I've seen many spirits in my life. I don't know what you want to call them, spirits or ghosts or very odd things. You know, I've experienced a lot. It would take a long time to tell all the stories.
How about one? How about the one in the kitchen?
The fairy?
Things disappearing.
Oh yeah, we also have places in our around our reserve where things appear and disappear. There's a shimmer, and you can see that it's not part of the environment. And my kids used to throw things in them, and they'd get thrown back sometimes. We saw birds disappear into them and come out the other side. Our dog walked through one once. He disappeared, nose to tail, and then he appeared, nose to tail. And that's happened to many people down there. You know, we've had some really strange fog down there. Like we had a row of fog that was like anywhere from 3 to 5 feet thick, and it went like 4 or 5 miles into the sky. And a friend of ours went through it to go home because it was on the water in the canal. And they went through it and found themselves tied up back at the dock again. And they went through it again and then tied up at the dock. And the husband yelled at the mother or the woman, his wife, and told her to knock it off. And they made it through the next time. Yeah, things like that happen. We have time shifts down there all the time, and it's never hurt anybody. I don't know what it is, and we've seen lots of different entities down there. It's a common part of my life. I don't know about other people, but it's a common part of my life. It's not so much now that I'm older, but some of my grandchildren have inherited the ability to do that as well. So I never ever tell them it's wrong and it never happened. I used to hear that all the time. And your imagination, right?
Okay, thank you. Jerry?
When I was a child, we had a huge tornado or a big tornado in our town. Our house was the only house left standing in the every house around it, the town was all destroyed. Our house was the only house left standing. So people brought their deceased. We moved, or as a family, because this was in 1945, but our family moved all the furniture out and let all the deceased, so people could come find their loved ones. But entities stayed in that house. So I was raised with shadow people, orbs, the little lights, which are the fairies, noises, voices. So I would see the owls, what we would call ghosts. We'd see those as children. So I've seen those things as a child too, but I've never seen a Bigfoot at that time.
I have a question for you. When you speak about the orbs, it's something new to me because I've seen them within the last 2 years. What's your perception on those orbs? Because it really threw me off when I was down in the Copper River Valley. This orb was salmon color initially, and then it started shimmering, and it started like trying to lure me off into the woods. Do you have any context or something that would give any kind of like, gosh, I guess any kind of end game or whatever it may be as far as the orb's concerned?
Yeah, we're going to get to that one. We've got a video that we're going to show you also here in a
We
little bit.
will
It's,
talk about it.
it's one of the questions when we talk about fairies and giants and ghosts and witches and things. We're seeing what people have seen right now, but we're going to get into that and we're going to show you a video and explain exactly what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. Forgive me. I just showed up, so please forgive me, man.
We got some video and photos.
Forgive me.
And we're going to, the very end, we're going to get to the encounters, and then we're going to get into I forgot else what we wrote down. Then we're going to have an open floor discussion amongst us, and then we're going to come into a consensus together. But that's at the end when we get to encounters.
And again, I'm coming in late. Please forgive me. I meant no disrespect. Nothing but love to my fellow natives, regardless of the tribe. It's the same struggle.
Hey, Alaska's a long ways away. Don't worry about it.
We're going to say Indian time.
You know,
on Indian time.
I just don't want to be that guy. You know, I don't want to be that guy like everyone goes, oh, fuck, that Fred Roll from Alaska, that asshole. You know what I mean? I don't want to be that guy. So
Yeah,
please forgive me.
It's going to be the Indian on Indian time. So.
We'll go to War Chief. Oh, Fern, did you have something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I just wanted to say when Jerry mentioned shadow people, that rang a bell with Gina, because Gina, you as a kid, you used to.
As a child, like I was saying, we were at residential school. We come home for holidays, like summer, Christmas, and stuff like that. And it would take a long time for us to get back into the flow with the other children from other schools. So once we did that, we used to play. And one of the things we played with was with shadow people. We played hide and seek with them. And they in my house, in my friend's house, we would play hide and seek with them, and they never ever harmed us.
With the shadow people? I'm sorry. Please forgive me. Oh my God. I love my native people. Holy shit. Please forgive me. No. I nowhere can I converse with some gussucks over some things like that. Jerry, I'm telling you, man, this is the way to do it. There's so many gussucks, and that's just I'm just being honest. Please forgive me, y'all. I don't mean to interrupt or take away from what she's saying, but damn, that there is so much truth being spoken that no outsider, no white person that doesn't understand the culture could ever grasp or pick up. That is awesome. And forgive me. I'm just being honest. Holy shit, that is nice. That is perfect. That's exactly the thing that needs to be going on right now across the board. Thank you, and forgive me. Please forgive me. I was not trying to be a jerk or interrupt. It just damn yes, exactly.
Boy, you make me feel inadequate. I tell you that.
We're glad you're excited, but try to not cuss. We try to cuss on the
I'm
channel.
sorry.
Kids in here.
I'm a Bristol Bay fisherman. I try. Forgive me.
Exactly.
I will try to curb my tongue. Forgive me. I'm just saying, damn. That's what I'm talking about.
Was there anything else, Gina, on that experience? Or
I was going to tell you because my sister went to residential school. She's older than me, and she was there longer than I was, and so I never got to really know her very good. So one day when I was visiting her, she told me the story of how the shadow people come in through the window and they abused her. And I was really upset because they never abused us. They played with us. And I was asking her, well, don't you know how to take care of that? And she says, what do you mean? I says, you take care of it. You talk to them and you tell them, you get out of here in the name of Jesus and do it right now. And it worked every time.
It worked. It worked.
That's right.
Good. Thank you for that.
And that's universal with alien encounters too.
Yeah.
Yep.
Right.
Anyone that invokes the name of
Anyone.
Jesus, the encounter ends.
Yeah.
That's right. Yeah, it's in the book too. We stress that for sure. Where are we at? War Chief. War Chief, do you have any childhood experiences that are in the high strangeness area?
Yes, I do. When I was 14, I was baptized at the age of 14, and my mom and dad were both alcoholics. They never went to church, but I did. And they fought all the time. And one evening, I was visited by Jesus Christ in my bedroom in person. And he told me that everything would be okay. And it, it settled my nerves down. 6 months after that, I was playing football up on the practice field, and a highly polished bronze triangular shaped UFO come over me and my two buddies about 30 feet above us and just stayed there for about 5 minutes. And the only thing I could think of was Ezekiel, from Bible study. Thought God, after Jesus come see me, then God come to see me. And that's two of the greatest things that happened to me when I was young. Get back to my encounter later.
Mm-hmm.
Right,
Mm-hmm.
right. Thank you, War Chief. Where are we?
War Chief, if I can add to that, you said it perfectly. The Lord Jesus has saved, I think, about everyone here. 2 Thessalonians states that marvel not, because even Satan himself will transform himself into an angel of light. And what I mean by that is there's so many deceptions going around and so many different things. Forgive me. Let me back off from that and just let everyone continue, please.
We know exactly what you're talking
completely.
about. Yeah.
We agree.
Most wholeheartedly, I believe it. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
The next question, we'll start with Gina and Fern about gifting. What do you know about gifting, and have you gifted, and why or why not? If you have or if you haven't, what have been the results of that?
Okay. When I first happened to come across the Bigfoot, I was gifting because I thought that's what we were told in all the Bigfoot groups is to gift. And I had gifted and I got lots of gifts back, like rocks, tracks, flowers, stuff like that.
Okay.
And
And
Gina?
bone.
Oh, and both. Okay.
No, we were told to gift if we're passing through their territory. And also to leave a gift for when you're traveling on strange waters, because the water spirit is going to make it difficult for you and may even tip your vehicle if you don't leave something for them. But we didn't go out there and just feed them indiscriminately. It was every time that we needed to do it to pass through their lands, that's when we did it. And they never ever helped themselves to our food. I don't know any stories of that. I never heard anything from that, like from the elders. I think we had a really good relationship with them. I know they were there, and for some people they were really frightening, but for us that grew up down there, it wasn't. After hearing what the elders all said about it, so it was calm and quiet. Yeah.
Fred, what do
Yeah.
you know about gifting or your experiences with it? Or
Well, gifting to me is like inviting the demon into your house. And let me explain why. Because if up here in Alaska it's different. Okay, so forgive me, but Dumpy Gasaga, it leads to nothing but turmoil. If you're willing to gift them, then you're inviting them in, and that's like inviting a demon into your home. I know people that live in Talkeetna, just north of me here in Alaska, that they stopped feeding these things peanut butter, and this female Sasquatch comes and uprooted a tree, a black spruce, and inverted it into the ground with the root ball in the air and broke this guy's roof. And you know what? Where I stand right now, they're not forest friends. They're not my friend. And I have elders in their 80s that dictate as much, to where they tell me just outside of publication or whatever you want to call it, they tell me in private that when these things imitate a baby that they know back in 1967 or 69, irrelevant of the year, but these things will imitate a baby, that everyone knows the sounds of this baby to lure them out. That's a level of cunning up here that you cannot. Why would these things imitate a baby, a known baby in the village, to lure these women out? That's a level of cunning.
Yeah.
Preying upon a woman and her natural instincts to go and want to help this baby to be greeted by a 10-foot plus hairy man. To what end? What's the end to that?
Right.
That's all I'm saying from where I'm from my perspective, from what I was taught when I was young. I was born in 75, so the incident in 67, 69, it was before my time. However, my aunties, my elders, they always taught me they're not our friends. They will eat you. They will lure you out, and they will kill you and eat you. That's where I'm from. That's Alaska. Chugyoung Tribal Council member, Bristol Bay, Alaska. Enrollment number 365. It's finite as far as I'm concerned. Up here in Alaska, I can't speak for anywhere else, but here in Alaska, it's not our forest friends. That's all I'm saying. I'm really not trying to be contrary or nothing. It's just what I was told.
It's what we put in the book too. I mean, we agree. Jerry?
I've never gifted, but in some of the when we had ceremonies, we were told to take a plate out to the forest and leave it for the forest people. That is a form of gifting, but to us, that wasn't us gifting a predator or a Bigfoot. We at that time we weren't given all the information. We were just told that with this ceremony, we need to gift the forest some food, and that we will be left alone. But that, invited more, basically in.
Right. That forgive me for interrupting, but that is so righteous. You are so righteous, brother, because you were told to gift or be a part of it without really knowing the full context, and that is so spot on. Forgive me. just forgive me. That is spot on.
This is a good time to show this, which was a gifting totem bowl. Bad idea. It's a terrible idea.
With that, well, I don't gift. I never have gifted. Besides being at the ceremonies, because I go to all the ceremonies, and also a ceremony leader. So we didn't know the concept of what we was doing. We were just told to do these things. The more we learned about it, we would, and the closer that these predators would come in, we would tell the children, we're not going to do that anymore, because we don't want you going out there and thinking that it's okay when these things are out there. But people have in the past, and we'll show that totem again in just a second with another picture. But as far as me, I've never gifted besides the ceremony. But that was only because we didn't everything about what we was doing. But as far as me, no, I've never gifted besides what we did with the ceremonies and with our fires. But we put the food into the fire and burn all the ashes down. So that was a gift to the fire. But I have never known or given anything to a Bigfoot or to a cryptid or anything like that to try to make a connection.
Right, and not to interrupt anybody, but brother, you're right. You weren't doing it directly towards anything. It was just in general. You were appeasing, so to speak, powers that be, and in context of your culture. You know what I mean? Please forgive me, I don't take anything or run anything to the ground. I'm just saying that is spot on for what we deal with up in Alaska. So, like, oral history, we can all agree is way spot on than a book can ever dictate or say, because oral history is what we're speaking to right now. Everyone here, everyone right now is the epitome of oral history. And what you're saying, brother, is nothing less than gold nuggets that any Gussack would never understand unless they lived it. And they can't. And that, anyway, I'm just, please forgive me. I appreciate what you're saying. That's what it boils down to. Thank you, sir.
Good. War Chief, what is your attitude towards gifting? What
have you gifted or?
Well, at the time, I didn't know I was gifting. I would never do it again.
Really?
And I didn't know I was at the time. Okay. That was during my encounter. We'll get to that later. Okay. No, I didn't know I was gifting, but he took them anyways. My fish.
And if I was out of line, please forgive me, sir.
No,
I was.
You're fine. Should we go ahead with the present? Okay.
Well, we're gonna talk about the fairies. Right? Are you looking for something?
Well, I'm reading this.
Well, Tracker E, we missed, what was it you were showing? A gift?
This.
Oh.
Let me grab it.
Yeah.
We can talk about gifting real fast.
This was a totem, and these surrounded a garden in Louisiana, and they were gifting the Bigfoots, not because they're friends. You don't have to appease your friends so they don't steal from you. The person gave us these. All the rest had been burned later. The new people that got the property were going to get rid of all these things, but they were doing this to keep the predators away from their garden. So they're giving them a piece of the garden so that they don't come bother them. But you don't have to do that with your neighbors or your brothers.
And even with in the, I guess you would say in the Indian societies, we were all taught make a garden for the forest people, and you'll have your garden, and they won't bother you. But that didn't always happen. A lot of times they came into our gardens and broke those lines.
Not to interrupt again, but my God, I love y'all, because that's not what we're dealing with in Alaska. That is so awesome. Please forgive me. Y'all, please forgive me. That is so awesome that you can actually have that. Because where I'm from, it's so not in that context. It's always they will kill you and eat you and take your young and steal your women. And I think it's just because of the geographical difference. So please forgive me. I didn't mean to interrupt. Please forgive my being from Alaska. I just, please forgive me.
And also, we're going to show you another quick totem. This was sent in by a Cherokee from here. He goes by Paramedic. He was supposed to be here tonight, but we're going to show his totem that
he's on duty tonight.
Choctaws have found. Yeah, he's the EMT or fire. But here is the totem that he had showed us, and this was after or around the battleground where we had conflict with some Bigfoots, the Choctaws. But this was found right at that border, kind of like a ceremonial remembrance. But here is another sculpture piece. And if you look, you'll see the face in the front, but the face on the top also. Now, when you're looking at Bigfoots, and we'll show a couple pictures of them just a little bit, but when you're looking at a Bigfoot, then they stack up. You may see one face here, and another face, another one, and a little one on top of here, a little one over there. So you're always going to see multiple faces, and that's what that totem is about. It's saying at any angle, you're going to see
the nostrils. The nostrils is what gives it away. Is 100% authentic. The nostrils give it away, brother.
And also the curvature of the brow and everything. The Paramedic was supposed to be here with us, but gifting a predator or gifting a Bigfoot, gifting a cryptid, a walking wolf. That, well, a lot of people don't understand that gifting is a mating call, or it's a conjuring. Because even in the insect world, from the spiders will wrap up a fly and bring it to a female, and get the favor that way. Animals will bring another animal food. Like even a lion will kill something and take it to a female. And when she begins to feed, it will mate with her. Even with a human, if I was to take a female of flowers or candy or an object, that's a form of affection. Courting or conjuring that you want them to come to you. So people who are gifted don't understand that this is a mating ritual in the animal and the insect kingdom. But as well as our world, we do the same thing. We bring flowers and stuff. And the Bigfoots don't look at rape as rape. They see it as mating. It's a whole different world. The insects, the spiders, they don't see it as rape. We see it as rape because we don't put ourselves with the mentality that I'm trying to make a connection. I'm trying to court. I'm bringing flowers. I'm bringing this to something that we don't know really what's there. And this thing is now going to start coming further, following us home, tapping on our windows, and disturbing our wildlife. But a lot of people don't understand gifting is a mating ritual in the insect and animal world. We're not in that world. but we still gift and things do that in forms of affection. But in the animal and the insect kingdom, that's a form of mating. That's a mating ritual to bring another. And it's also to show that I can provide for you. I can bring you flowers. I can bring you this. So if you come with me, or if you're with me, I can provide for you. I'm a good hunter. I can bring you flies. I can bring you this to mate. And so we got to understand. We have to be very careful. Understand about being raised with tradition, that we have gift or passage, things like that. We were taught that same thing. We were taught that same thing, but in our reality, where we heard things from other people, our parents and our grandparents told us something different. We're all getting the same information, but the parents who've been who know about these things and who's had interaction or has had long term with them understand that these things will take people, will eat people, and we do have lots of in our own culture. We have to go to war and hunt some of these things down. But gifting is a form of affection, a form of mating ritual in their world, especially. We have to look at how they think. If you're giving flowers and gifts, they're thinking, I want to mate.
Breeding and feeding, those are the two concepts.
And sometimes they'll do it at the same time.
Great, brother. Not to interrupt, but I'm telling you, everything you said is righteous, brother. And I'm telling you, the way I was raised in the remote village as a child, everything you said is spot on, brother. And that's another thing that is a catalyst for the outsiders to understand. We are literally 1,000 miles apart, thousands upon thousands of miles apart. But what you just said resonates with me as a Chugung Tribal Council member from Bristol Bay, Alaska. Everything you just said is viable and legitimate. And I just got to say that. That's all. And forgive me, I'm not trying to take over anything. I have to say everything you said, brother, legitimate. Everything you said, I swear to the Lord above, you're not lying. No one's lying here. And that's what I love about my native peoples, man. No matter where they're from, they speak the truth. I love it. Anyway, let me back off. I just thank you, sir. Thank you for fucking. My language is a little coarse, but thank you, sir, for speaking it how it is. Even though we're thousands of miles apart, natives is natives and Indians are Indians, and the truth is the truth, brother. That's all I gotta say.
And by far, the most people that ask for our help are people who got themselves into trouble by establishing communication through gifting. It just opened up a whole can of worms that became a huge problem later on that they regret.
We're at the ferry. We're going to show a video. We've all seen orbs. We've all seen light. We've all seen Bigfoots. Well, some people haven't, but seen Bigfoots. Even if you take a picture with them, sometimes a Bigfoot will have a shine right here, or a shine on its nose, or a Bigfoot will seem to all of a sudden turn into an orb and float away. But these fairies are those little lights. They do travel with the Bigfoot. They don't have to have their light on all the time. They can use the entire light, or they can use center light, or no light at all. But we're going to show you a quick video, and it has fairies in it. So we want everybody to know that the fairies are real. They do take that form of an orb. Some of these fairies are up to 2 foot tall. A 2 foot ball orb, which I've seen in Lee Tracker. But we're going to show you this. But pay attention and watch the video, and you'll see exactly what we're talking about.
And we're not saying that every orb is a fairy, but some of the orbs are this, what you're about to see.
Righteous. Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
Can I
Everybody's
be the first? Can I be the first that says, "God bless the dead," in context of holy shit? I'm telling you, those orbs that you were showing, the majority of them had an entity behind it,
Yep.
almost showcasing it, brother. I'm just saying, God bless the dead, man. It reminds me of the little people stories we got up here in Alaska. So forgive me, I'll be quiet. I had to say my piece. Please forgive me.
Where we on next? Oh, on the that
Orbs are condensed energy, something brought to its most basic form to make it easier to travel. When someone astral projects, which we do not recommend, don't do that. But that is one of the ways that they can do it, is condensing their energy just into that essence, and that's what's traveling. So orbs are.
That was awesome.
I want to say
that was so awesome. I've personally dealt with orbs twice in my life, and both times was in the Copper River Valley up here in Alaska. And I'm telling you what, when you come across those orbs, as far as what I dealt with, it shimmered in a salmon color and then started shimmering and tried to lure me away. It told me everything I needed to know. I don't know where they come from. I don't want to assume where they come from, but I'm telling you, it tried to lure me away into the woods, and that creeped me out so much. I can't even put it into words, man. I just appreciate y'all. I love my native peoples. That's all I got to say. It is amazing what us as native peoples deal with that outsiders could never grasp. That's all I'm saying.
We have a picture also, I don't know if we have it in here, but of a pink colored orb, but it just looks like a face, you know, and they expand out into a full-grown Bigfoot, a full-grown predator, and they expand out into eyes. They're not consistent in being exactly the same thing every time.
And don't forget that these little orbs that turn into orbs, if they're on a Bigfoot and somebody's getting too close, that little thing will turn into an orb or look like an orb that they can produce. They can go to the full body or to the center, but they will do that, and the Bigfoot will know that this person know about that because they're going to start watching the orb and looking at it. Then the Bigfoot knows that they don't know that that's a fairy. So these fairies are real. Everywhere people are real, worse, all that. Everything that we were told, monsters aren't real. They are out there. Walking wolves, all the cryptids out there.
One of the ways the fairies also, you know, is feel almost like a little whirlwind on the end of your nose. And we don't think that any of them are.
Everything you represented is truth in my eyes. Just speaking from Fred in Alaska and what I've known and seen myself, what y'all are showcasing is truth. I love that. I love it.
Trying to find
what is our
the next question is there a known presence of
or no, it's when you have an encounter, what age did they make the presence known?
Barry, can you repeat the question? We're not getting it. It's static.
Yeah, you kind of cutting out a little bit, Jerry.
Yeah, it was breaking up a little bit.
Maybe
Fred.
You don't like it.
There's something on in the background I can hear.
We have this picture with us.
It's not us.
Nothing.
It's not Mike. It's not War Chief.
No.
Okay.
Oh, that's that.
We're pulling up some more photos.
Okay.
more orbish activity.
Yeah, but we're going to show that.
So, what's the question, if I may ask?
The question is, at what age did these creatures, Bigfoot, let their presence be known to you, if any time? What age and how did they let themselves be known to you?
We can go ahead and start with you, Fred.
Well, what I know about the hairy man, as we know it up here in Alaska, was originally shared with me by my auntie. My grandma had spoke about it, but my auntie Lucy, before she passed on, was really the catalyst, so to speak, for what we were dealing with, and she was very militant about it. And what she shared with us was the hairy man was basically like the boogeyman. If you were out there disrespecting your elders or just being outside of where you should have been as far as boundaries, the hairy man would come and get you and cook you and eat you. And that was the gist of what I was raised on, because every other auntie that I spoke to about it said the same thing. And what was crazy is uncles, you will to hear such things from, were really quiet about it. And I think it stems from the fact that they dealt with it on the, you know, what we would call it a regular basis or not. But the aunties were the one that really lined it out for the rest of us. I'm looking at the live counter and it's get 2 hours and 13 minutes. So if you all would permit me to express what I dealt with as an adult, if that's okay.
You should.
We're gonna get to the encounter. When was the first time you ever seen one, and how they found themselves? We're gonna get to the encounter, and everyone has one or two.
I'm
Are
sorry,
you need-
brother. You were breaking up a little bit.
Are you needing to go?
Yes.
No. I don't need to go. I'm just asking if I could share what really brought everything to the forefront.
Oh, we are gonna give you an opportunity to do that. That's coming up real soon.
Okay. Well, outside of that, how about I just share a little something? So I was shared with an elder from the northwest coast of Alaska. We'll leave it at that. We'll leave the village out of it. Well, about
Well,
10 years.
I was just gonna say we got about 2 more questions, and then we're going to go into 4 where we can openly discuss. Thank you for your last little questions.
Oh, okay. Well, then, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to step on toes. Let's continue on.
And what's the next question?
Well, everyone didn't answer that about the when did they first make their presence. You know.
Okay, yeah.
War chief, when did? Which we actually don't answer, but go ahead and give it of when you first knew about the presence of the Bigfoot. Not the detail of the story. We'll get to that in a minute. But
At what age?
21 years old.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. First,
And War Chief Bigfoot let him know about his presence by standing behind and we'll get to his story in just a minute.
Yeah. Fern and Gina, what? They can't hear. They're having trouble hearing us.
Uh-oh.
As soon as I'm done with this, we need to get my top off.
Don't think it's on our end.
Yes, War Chief?
Can I hear you? Yes, you're kind of cutting out. If everybody would mute until they're asked a question, it'd help.
Okay,
Greg,
I
can you
trust you,
turn
baby.
your volume down? Someone says that your volume is causing some feedback.
Okay, and Fern and Gina, can y'all hear us now? Fern and Gina?
Okay, we'll go ahead.
Can somebody? Okay. Okay, so who we next?
Answer.
My turn. The Bigfoot made its presence first known to me, I would say about 3 years ago, in 2020. First time I'd actually seen a Bigfoot in the wild, I guess you would say, and it was that was 3 years ago when I first seen it that I knew. But I was tracking a 5-foot spider. I was looking for spiders in the mountains, and that's how I came across with the Bigfoots and the relationship, and I figured out how that relationship works with the Bigfoots. But it was about 3 years ago when I first seen some Bigfoots. There were just stories until then, but like I was saying, I was tracking a spider or looking for large spiders in the area, and that's how I came across the Bigfoots. So mine was about 3 years ago.
Okay. I muted everyone's mic while he was speaking just to stop that feedback.
You got them. Can y'all hear us?
I can hear you just fine.
What? Looks like y'all have your mute on.
Can I share a tidbit from Alaska? Is that okay?
Give us just.
We're trying to figure out why Fern and Gina can't hear us and why they're muted.
Mute them because they have to do it on their end. We'll have to. Give us a second.
Give us just a second.
No worries. If it's okay, when you guys figure it out, can I share a little something that was shared with me?
Sure.
Okay. We're gonna let figure it out. It's on their end. What's the next question?
There's one right here.
Okay. Okay. So, actually, what's the next question?
So we're done.
So now, when them get back, then we're gonna get their answer. Right now, we want to know if anyone has had any encounter. And if you have had an encounter, I know they're longer stories, but if you do have an encounter, if you share that encounter, what happened, then War Chief, we do have some pictures. But this is that time. If you've had an encounter, this is the time to share that with us.
I wonder if Fern and
So
anyone out there had an encounter, please share.
Yeah, let's go ahead and start with War Chief, and then we'll hopefully get Fern and Gina back in, and then we'll say last. If you had an encounter, if you share that with us now, and we have time to go ahead. We expect to be at least 4 or 5 hours. That's what we expect. But if we have a shorter time, that's great too. We need to know about the encounters and that.
We'll start with you, War Chief. Please tell us the story of your.
Okay. In 1974, I was 21 years old, working in a Texas oil field, working 7 days a week, 24, about 12 hours, 14 hours a day. And after about 4 years of that, I decided to take a vacation. So I took me and my wife, who was 6 months pregnant, to southeast Oklahoma, Beavers Bend State Park, and rented a tent site, further south tent site, which is about 30 yards from the single dam that went across the river, the Mount Fork River there. And it was the first week of March. Beautiful weather. We had lows about 50, 55 here, and highs 60, 65 to 70 for the highs. And I'd got everything set up. First morning, went down and caught some fish and brought them back. We had fish for breakfast, and then I had some for lunch. And we were there 2 days. Everything was great. The third morning, I got up and made some coffee, had a couple of cups of coffee, grabbed my rod and reel, my tackle box, and a 5-gallon bucket to put my fish in, like I'd always done that. And I walked back down to where the dam is there. And I got there a little before sun up, and I had a slight breeze in my face, about 8 miles an hour, out of the southeast. And my first cast was right there as the sun was breaking the horizon. And I'd fished for about 25 minutes, and I'd caught a smallmouth bass, about 3 pounds, and 2 rainbow trout, about 2.5, 3 pounds each. And I was going to catch one more, and that would have been enough for us for breakfast. And I made my backswing with my plug, single spinner inline bait called a shyster lure. Had a 3-prong treble hook, barbless treble hook with a white horsehair skirt on it. Anyways, I made my backswing, and when I started forward, it was like I thought I'd hung a tree limb behind me. And so I as I was turning to look for where my plug was caught on a limb, I was looking kind of up. And when I got turned around, all I could see was a wall of cinnamon brown hair in front of me, about 4.5 foot from me. And the top of my head was about 5 or 6 inches below this thing's belly button. And I didn't know what I was looking at. I was so scared I couldn't move, and I'm gradually looking up. First, I saw his hands. My God, I couldn't believe how big his hands was. He was probably 18 inches long. And I was looking up. I saw where my lure had hung in his left chest. And I kept looking up, and finally got to where his mouth was, and all I could see was he was snarling, and I could feel his breath breathing down on me. Teeth time and again the size of a horse's teeth, and the eyes were bigger than a Coke can and just red. I mean, blood red. And his head was big, almost twice the size of a 5-gallon bucket. And I'd say he's probably 6 foot wide across the shoulders. And I'm guessing where my head was below his belly button, I was guessing him to be about 12 foot tall. and I'd say probably 1,300 pounds. And I couldn't move. I could feel a real low growl coming off of him, and it felt like my whole chest, the bones were rattling in my chest, and it felt like a pressure. He didn't have a hold of me because I could look around, still see his hands, but it was like a pressure was on my body.
You're not ignorant.
And I should never look him in the eyes, but and I didn't say anything because I couldn't speak. But I thought, oh my God, I'm so sorry for hurting you. And boy, right after I said that, it's like you turned the light switch off. Everything went black. And I passed out. I woke up about 30 minutes later. Had a hell of a headache, bad headache, sweating profusely, shaking. And I'd seen where my plain old tackle box had been smashed flat. My rod and reel, my rod was broke 4 places. I was able to get I saw where his footprints were right where he'd been standing there. Those were the only prints I could find anywhere. It was just right there by me. It's 22.5 inches long and 10 inches across the ball of the foot and 7 inches across the heel. And I told myself, I've got to get away from here. I just couldn't hardly set up. I had set up, but it took me a little while where I think I could stand up. So I finally could stand up. And I grabbed all my gear, broken and squashed gear, and took it up to a trash bin and threw it in the trash. Went back to camp and sat down and started me some more coffee and waited for my wife to get up. And she got up, and her first words were, how many fish you did this morning? And I told her, I said, no, baby. Somebody stuck in the camp last night and stole all my fishing gear because I couldn't bring myself to try to tell her anything. And I was still shaking and still lucky to be alive, feeling lucky to be alive. And she had a cup of coffee with me, and I told her I wasn't feeling really good, and we just needed to go on home. That's a couple of days early leaving, and we did. I've had PTSD for about 48 years from that. About a year straight, I was having night terrors at least twice a night. I wake up screaming and kicking and punching and wake everybody up in the house. It was like I'd be fishing, or I was fishing by a stream, and I'd turn and see him. He was spider crawling towards me. And about the time I see him, he jumps to his feet and grabs me by my shoulders and picks me up to where we're eye to eye and starts opening his big mouth. And that's when I'd start screaming and hollering and waking up. Well, he never did eat me. But I know I felt like he was going to. If I had passed out and said what I did about, oh my God, I'm so sorry for hurting you, I don't know what would have happened. But now I'm getting away from it. I haven't had one of those night terrors in about 2 months now, which is dang sure good for me. But in all that time, I never drank, because my mom and dad were both alcoholics, and I didn't want to let that get on hold of me. But it's a wonder I didn't turn into an alcoholic. I'll just say that to ease my my pain. But I wouldn't wish PTSD on anybody. I didn't know what service members, when they were coming back while they were taking their own lives and stuff. That's not something to sneeze at.
No.
But I'll tell you, I didn't go back out to forest. I sold all my fishing gear. I didn't go hunting anymore. I just got away from it all. And but now, as Jerry and Ella know, I'm taking the tracker course, and I'm getting out in the forest now, camping, carrying my 12 gauge and my slugs, my AR-15 and my 9mm and that I carry on my chest. And if he comes around this time, I feel
You're
sorry
ready.
for him.
And you know we're going with you.
Oh, that's great. I mean, yeah, but I've gone out by myself a couple of times, and I won't tell you what. The first time it was difficult, but I made it.
Good.
But I also keep a big fire going all night too.
Yeah.
Anyways,
We're very, very proud of you. You've
Oh.
come a long way.
Can you tell us how tall you are and where you were at with this?
I'm 6 foot. At that time, I was 6 foot tall, about 220 pounds. And if you can see on that, if you can see about where his belly button is, about midway on his forearm, you can see right come across, and you can see about where that belly button is. My head was about 6 inches below his belly button. So, and 4.5 foot away from me, I could have reached that touched him. But he, I figured 12, at least 12 foot, maybe a little over 12. But he was as wide across the shoulders as I was tall. So, at least 6 foot wide across the shoulders.
And that illustration was done from, we want to let people know that illustration was done by Sibylla Irwin.
Fred, I'm gonna let Fred know. I saw Fred's show the other day where Sibylla had him on there. And Fred, that picture, Sibylla Irwin, I worked with her, and she made that for giving her my description of what it looked like.
So, okay, thank you, War Chief.
And we'll come back to that another floor.
Yes. Fern and Gina,
Are y'all back with us in the volume?
can you hear okay with us? And
Yeah, we have to.
Hallelujah.
will you tell us your encounter stories, please?
Preach it, brother. Preach it.
Well, I can tell you one about me and Frida. We would go drive the roads late at night, right? And
Logging roads.
yeah, we would have a ball. There would be so many things out there to hear and listen to. And I grew up with all that nature stuff. So like I explained some of them to Frida, but there's some that was unidentified, and I'd never heard them before in my life. And there was a time when we were coming back and driving over a bridge, and we were heading to back into the town, and all of a sudden we found ourselves in front of a store. We don't know how we got there, and we weren't going there. We were going somewhere else altogether.
We ended up like towards the gas station I had told you about the other day.
Yeah.
On Reserve, there's a gas station where there had been sightings along up and down that highway I talked about the other day.
Yeah. And we came out of the gas station one time. There was many orbs up in the trees on the other side of
At
the.
least speak up and say thank you for mentioning, Sibylla Irwin and my brother's experience. That's all.
We're getting a little.
We're gonna have to mute your just a minute. Everybody,
I'll sit quiet. I'll sit in the background. I'm just saying thank you, brother, for fucking mentioning. That's all.
We just hear something in the back.
we're gonna mute everyone's mic except Fern and Gina.
All right, no problem. I'm gonna mute the mic now.
Okay, you're next.
Continue, Fern and Gina, please.
Yeah, well, we were out on the logging road another time, and we had gone the other way out of town, and we're heading up to on the mountain, and we were coming back, and Frida was driving. She was busy, but I saw one on the side of the road, and for me, it's not a big panicky thing, right? And I just asked her, "Did you see it?" And she said no, and I went, "Okay."
I'm concentrating on the drive.
Yeah. So she turned back to go and look into his car. And I swear that thing was like 6 feet wide. We can only see it from the chest up, you know, a little bit like towards the waist. I could see it from there upwards, and it was really wide on top, and it was black. But this was nighttime, so it may have made it look blacker. But its eyes were focused on us as we went by, and we come back and we drove there, and it was obviously there because it wasn't there when we went back again. Yeah. And there was another time where we were parked on the side of the road, and we were just heading out of town, and Frida wanted to go for a walk into the woods there, where there's a trail. And I was sitting there, and the road was curved.
Is this day or night?
It was curved. It was evening, and it was just starting to get dark. The road curved off to our right, and I saw one walk across the road. So when Frida got into the car, I told her, well, one just walked across the road up there. And so she got in, and we went and we drove up there, and it turns out that where it went into the woods was a trail that she knew very well. She wanted to go in, and I was telling her no. I was telling her no, don't go in there. And it was evening. But the whole silhouette of it was shown because there was a car coming around that curve and was lighting it up. So I don't know if the car got to see it or not. Yeah. And those are the ones I've seen in town here.
Tell them about the portal that you and I saw on the logging road.
Oh yeah, we were at a pond. We love to go there because the frogs make so much noise. But when we got there, they were quiet. And so I figured, okay, something's up. Maybe there's an animal in the woods or something. I'm used to them doing that when bears show up or deer come down for a drink or whatever. And she was coming back, and I was pointing at her, and I was telling her, look at that behind you, look at that. And she turned around and started walking towards it. I couldn't believe she was doing that. I was like, no, don't do that.
What was it? What did it look like to you?
It looked like you're looking through rain or something, or water, or saran wrap or something. And it was shimmering, and she walked towards it and like literally put her hand where it was. Nothing happened though. But when she got back into the car, I was telling her, they're coming. I think we need to move because I think they want to go by. They want to go across the road and up the hill on the other side.
Is that when you said step on it?
Yeah, I told you to step on it because I said they're following us. That's what I said.
You could see them. I couldn't.
Yeah, I could feel them and see them. Yeah. But yeah, she couldn't see them. Yeah. I'm like that.
And you said they chased us like down the logging road quite a while. I was going full speed.
Yeah. And another time we went up a logging road, and it was up on the mountain, and we were going to this really beautiful waterfall, and it ran underneath a bridge. And we got out. I don't have very good hearing, and neither did my sister-in-law. She was there, and my son was there. And well, Frida doesn't have very good hearing either. So we're out there, and all of a sudden, my sister-in-law, who never grabs my hand and says, "Come on, we got to go." I was saying, what's going on? She says, "You can't hear that?" And I was saying, what is it? She said, "It's growling, and it's really loud." And my son comes and he kind of pushes me and says, let's get out of here.
We gotta go. Who is a big burly guy.
Yeah, nobody wants to fuss with my son, that's for sure. He is really strong.
He looks like a Sasquatch.
So we started to go.
No, first off, you guys all dove into the car.
Yeah.
It was like a circus. Everyone diving into the car. Get out of here.
I still couldn't hear it, so I wasn't nervous or upset or anything. But I knew that Lorraine was scared. I shouldn't say her name. She was scared, so like I figured, okay, if she's worried, then maybe I should be. And so we got in the car and started driving away. But all the time we were driving, we had this smell in there, and it smelled like flowers, and it smelled like perfume or something. And Frida turns around and says to my son, that's a female and she wants you. So we
Mm.
started laughing and we kept going.
Well, he's very, very,
Oh, he was saying awful things about female Sasquatches when we were heading out there. So
yeah,
we figure he had it coming.
I think they're up.
Yeah.
But I will tell you at that the reason we went there, it was because it was one of my hot spots. It was there that I had found a lot of tracks. I showed you some of the
Yeah.
pictures
Mm.
on the
I
logging
remember
road.
those.
And it was there. One time I was there. Well, I was going out there all the time. One time I was there sitting on the bridge. What do you call that bridge? But just a bridge there, just sitting there. And all of a sudden I got this, I don't know, this tremendous thumps coming down the mountainside towards me. And I just kind of went to the car and I left. I've had a couple of encounters there. That's why I was bringing everybody. They wanted to experience something. I thought, okay, well, let's go out there. So,
well, we went out there late one night too, and we were parked, and it was dark. You see the stars and everything. It was beautiful. I was too tired to get out, so Frida was leaning on the door and just listening and looking around.
Outside?
Yeah, outside the car with the door open. And she says, you should get out and have a look. It's real beautiful. And I was saying, no, I'm too tired. And she says, no, come on. So I stepped out and I leaned on the door and I was saying, well, how long has that been going on? She goes, what? And I go, that growling. I said, I can hear it. It's like 10, 15 feet up the hill there. And so we hopped into the vehicle and we left. Nothing happened. But yeah, but they're letting us know.
Mhm.
Yeah. And I've had many experiences down where I grew up at. Yeah. And they're all pretty. Every person that lives where I live has seen them and has stories about them. There isn't one person that doesn't. And no one's ever been hurt by them or threatened or been scared. Yeah.
Okay.
I can tell lots of stories about that. I guess we don't have time here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get to more. We're going to discuss a lot too.
Yeah.
What's that?
Brandon, I'm going to get you real fast, and then we'll have you next.
All right. Well,
Oh, I never heard a word you said.
first of all, I want to say thank y'all for having me here. And I got to tell you, as a Chugyong Tribal Council member, enrollment number 365, I got to tell y'all, I do not come from the same place. So back in 2006, I was with an elder and his son, which is my cousin. So the elder is my uncle. We went up to the Nuyakuk River, which is 248 river miles from Dillingham up the Nushagak to the Nuyakuk. And we were in the middle of nowhere. So let me preface this by saying, everyone that has shared, I respect it, I appreciate it, and I love it. However, what we dealt with this evening that I'm about to relay to y'all has nothing to do with anything nice. So we get up on the Nuyakuk River. We left Dillingham September 13th. We were on the Nuyakuk by September 14th, 2006. I see it vividly in my mind's eye. We get there, we're a couple hours from sunset. My uncle says, let's unload everything. So as a young guy, I was 31 years old at the time. This is almost 20 years ago, 2006. We get everything inside that we're gonna do, and my uncle, he makes a salmon chowder, and we eat, and I'm standing there. At the time, I had an 870 Mossberg or 870 Remington pump action shotgun. It's a slug gun, and I'm adjusting the rear sight. We're about a half hour after sunset, which is so dark. Anyway, so I'm adjusting this rear sight on this shotgun, and my cousin and my uncle are at the card table next to me with the Coleman lantern hanging above their heads. The whole place goes, it makes a creak sound, like, nails being pulled from wood. And forgive me, I get a little emotional, but it's what it is. So the whole place goes, and the wind ain't blowing. And when I look at my cousin, who's off to my left hand shoulder, he's playing cribbage with his dad, and over his shoulder, between the top of his shoulder and the window, I see something dark moving. And so we assume it's a bear because we're on a salmon river, right? This is Nuyahcook River, Alaska, just outside of the Wood-Tikchik State Park. Anyone can look it up. It is what it is. So he jumps up and says, "That's not funny." And I told my cousin, "Hey, we assume it's a bear, right? Because we're on a salmon river." Well, I grabbed the spotlight. I got this shotgun that I was adjusting the rear sight on, and he grabs a 30-06. So this place we're at, you got to understand, first of all, it is a glorified box. It is 5/8 plywood with 2x4 construction, 8 foot square, literally 8 foot squared. And the backside is a small eggshell, travel trailer that someone had MacGyvered and, attached to this 8 foot square place, to where there's no windows in the backside on that travel trailer side, and all we have to go by, it's blacked out. There's no windows in the backside or nothing. But my cousin grabs the 30-06. I got the 12 gauge and the spotlight. Million candlewatt power. If anyone knows anything about million candlewatt power, they know it's a 6-volt battery with a big spotlight, right? So we push open the door looking to chase this bear off because we assumed it was a bear. We look to the riverbank side, nothing. And as we pan to the left, there's 3 hairy men standing there. They did not jolt, move, or they had no concern about our spotlight. We ducked right back inside. Now, this place is 5/8 plywood, 2x4 construction, and a little J hook with an eyelet. We hook it, and everything goes. It is deathly quiet. It felt like earmuffs. There was air pressure or something going on. That is the pressure I'm talking about, is like having earmuffs on, and the person next to you sounds like they're 10 feet away, even though they're right next to you. That's the best I can explain it. So as we jump back inside after seeing these 3 sets of eye shine, which were like fence post markers, I'm like, there's a hairy man out there. I'm talking to my uncle Adolf, and my cousin Albie is off my left shoulder. I'm talking, no one is saying nothing, and I'm sitting there literally like, hey, there's a hairy man out there and whatnot. All of a sudden, my cousin Albie was under the card table. Like, they were just playing cribbage under this thing or above it, and he was below it, and he wet himself. Like, he was locked up. He had the 30-06, I had the 12 gauge. I set down the spotlight, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I'm talking to my uncle Adolf, and we look down at my cousin Albie, and he's looking across the room at the opposite window. Now, this shack is glorified cardboard box. 18-inch by 24-inch window, mirrored each other. When you come into the place, it's 5/8 plywood, 2x4 construction. It's a dried-in shelter, okay? Well, when we're looking down at my cousin, he's wetting himself, and we're looking at each other, me and my uncle, and he's obviously looking across the room, so we turn, and when we look in an 18-inch gap, 18-inch from bottom of the window to the top, left to right on the, side to side, it was 24, but in the 18-inch window gap, it was literally bottom of the nose to the top of the eyebrow. This hairy man was huge. When it looked at me, I knew instantly I was food. And this thing moved. I started moving out of the window, and I shot through the wall 3 times with the 12 gauge I had. Boom, boom, boom. Well, it was a thump, thump, thump because of the earmuffs that seemed to be, I still don't have an answer for it. It was like, as soon as I hooked a little J hook on the door, it was earmuffs. Anyway, so I shoot through the wall 3 times. My cousin's still under the table. As soon as I shoot through the wall, there's a scream, and the whole place shifts at least a couple feet. So with the scream and the place shifting simultaneously, it's in unison. The pot of salmon chowder and what we had cooking just moments earlier, whatever, it literally rang. This pot of stew rang like a tuning fork, and it reverberated through the whole place, right? So it almost took me off my feet. Please forgive me because I get a little emotional because there's so much that happened. So scream shifted, almost took me off my feet, and the place was ringing from the pot and just the sheer reverberation of this scream. Well, nothing else happened. I thought this thing was going to shove us into the river, right? So we literally just stepped outside, saw 3 sets of eye shines, stepped back inside. This thing was looking at me. I shoot through the wall. and the place reverberated and shifted. So I couldn't just walk away, so to speak. So I grabbed it, even though it meant nothing. I grabbed one of the chairs that they were just playing cribbage on, slid it over to the table, and took the other chair and sit it to the back side of this place, which was the 50 style camper that was kind of MacGyvered to the backside. It was a salmon counting tower that hadn't been used in at least a decade, right? So what a salmon counting tower is literally fish and game observers would climb this tower and count by eyesight the salmon that they saw swim by, which is a very inefficient way. But again, this place hadn't been used in a decade, right? So I shoot through the wall. The place shifts. I thought they were going to throw us into the river. My cousin is under the card table. He had wet himself. He was not responding to me. And my uncle was not responding to me either. And when I tried to engage him, he would talk about price of salmon and anything other than what we were dealing with. I literally sat there after shooting through the wall. After this thing looked at me for about, gosh, it was more than a handful of hours, 5-6 hours. The whole time, the only thing that got me from literally freaking out, the only reason I stopped shaking was reconciling myself to death. I had to accept that I was not going to live. And that's it. It sounds like hyperbole, but that's it was really hard. The only reason I stopped shaking during this time was I reconciled myself. I was gonna die. I was dead, man. I couldn't see the other side of it. Well, for about 5, 6, 7 hours or so, I sat there all alone. My cousin is under this card table. My uncle is behind me, and he's not giving anything other than something other than what we were talking about. So when I would say, hey, I shot at a hairy man, the whole place shifted, whatever, my uncle could only say, oh, the price of salmon was this. So it was like a separation. Like, anyway, irrelevant. So I sat there for 5, 6, 7 handful of hours or more. Envisioning how they were going to kill me, right? Well, the only reason I could stop shaking like a leaf on a tree in the wind in the fall was I accepted I was going to die. And I'm holding this shotgun, right? I was gripping it so hard that it hurt my hands. Every motion hurt. So, like, to pump the the white gas Coleman lantern above my head where they were just playing cribbage. It took everything in my soul to let go of the gun to pump that. Well, many times during that multiple hours or whatever, a moth would hit the window. My God, man, I tell you, it really hurt because I wanted to immediately start firing on that noise, right? Well, I didn't, but I pumped that Coleman lantern, and to this day, I cannot tolerate the hiss of a lantern above my head. I can't. Well, anyway, I sat there for multiple hours, more than a handful, holding this shotgun, hurting my hand, just gripping it so hard because I shot through the wall at this thing. And understand that when it looked at me, I understood I was food. It wasn't like mind speak or anything. It was a primal thing, and I understood what a rabbit felt like inside a hole with the wolves around the opening of it. So I'm sitting there. It's all dead quiet. Moth would hit the window. Oh my God, that was another level. Anyway, so it was dead quiet. 5, 6, 7 hours must have passed at least. And then that's when my cousin came around. He was, cheese sliding off the cracker kind of thing. He was not good. And once I got him up and reassured him, hey man, I shot this thing. It left. I shot it. It's gone. He got up. He had already wet himself. We changed him out. And I asked him, why did you drop under that table? He said it showed its teeth. And when I fell under the table, it came closer to the window to look down at me, and that's when he turned and saw it. So, fair enough. However, we were sitting there, stuck in this place. It was after dark. There's no one there to rescue us. We're 7 miles outside of the Wood Tick State Park on the Nuyahkuk River below the Nuyahkuk Falls. Y'all can look it up. That's fine. This is what happened. So, as we're sitting there and I'm trying to talk to my cousin and formulate a way to get out of there, right? He brings up, okay, well, we're gonna get to the skiff and whatnot, but let's use the big spotlight we use for the bearer and see if we can find if there's anything outside of this place, right? So we killed the lantern and we're literally using this 6-volt battery, 1,000,000 kilowatt power spotlight. And we hit the riverbank side first because it's, as I'm standing looking out the window, it's off to my right. And we beam, and trust me, we're looking really hard. Nothing. And so we go to the other side to see the 3 sets of eye shine that we had saw earlier. Nothing. And we pan back towards our left. We reach this outhouse, which is about 40 yards or so off the kitty corner off the back corner of this place. long overdone, overused. No one used it. But there's this outhouse, and behind it, we see this big black nothing. This figure, even though it absorbed every portion of light we had with that million kilowatt powder, or power, I should say, it absorbed every bit of it. It was at least 13 to 14 feet tall, at least, because it was behind this 8-foot structure and hulking. It was massive. It was so big. It felt like a big black nothing there for us. And as soon as it tried to move a little bit, we ducked. We killed the light, and me, my uncle, and my cousin, we were back in this little MacGyver 50 style trailer to the back side of this 8-foot square glorified box. And we had barrels crossed. We were knocking barrels. I vividly remember hearing the clack, 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 clack of the barrels. I had the shotgun. My cousin had the 30-06. And we were quiet. And because it was quiet as well. No other sounds was going on as we were sitting there. And we sat there for a good while. So, with it being quiet, we got a little more brave and started trying to organize an escape plan, right? So our skiff was 20 feet away outside this door and a 6-7 foot drop down to the riverbank. And the skiff we were gonna retreat on was a 22-foot flat bottom with a 40 horse outboard jet unit. Anyway, so we started making this game plan of escape. As we were talking about it, because it had been so quiet, how long between seeing this big black nothing that absorbed light, I don't know. It felt like about 45 minutes, but again, all messed up. I can't say for sure. We were truly distraught. Well, as we're discussing this in pitch black, we hear this noise off in the near distance, very near distance. It sounded like rotor wash from a helicopter. Thump, 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 thump. And we started feeling it in the ground. Well, it wasn't a fucking helicopter. It was one of these things running by. So this thing ran by, and as soon as it cleared, and we weren't looking, it was pitch black while we were sitting there talking, but it ran by, and all of a sudden everything around us was moving. We could hear it and feel it in the ground. Like you could feel the different sizes of these things. They were, some weighed more than others because you could feel it thump, 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 and then boom, 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 boom. It was like they would run around and back away and then come back. And I think, and it's of course speculation, 2020 hindsight, I think they were trying to gauge whether or not I was going to shoot again or we were going to shoot again, because when I saw the one in the window, it was defend yourself. I shot through the wall, right? So I assume they were just gauging whether or not we were going to shoot. But when they ran around this place, I want to say the second or third time, we can hear one of them sniffing outside of the little attachment of the little 50s style eggshell camper. And so it was white knuckle terror. We were not in our right minds. I'm not a hero for trying to shoot through the wall. None of that. It was strictly self-preservation, nothing more. Uh, In the moment, my relatives didn't mean anything. Anyway, so after these things made this stomp and run around kind of thing for I don't really know how long, but they backed away, and at this point it was starting to get lighter in the sky, so it wasn't quite twilight, but it was working towards getting lighter. So we gauge trying to make an escape, right? We're back. It was quiet, so we were quiet, and we started trying to mastermind this escape. Well, this 22-foot skiff had about 70 foot of anchor line that we had dug into the tundra when we first got there. So there's about 12 foot of chain, and then right after that 10-12 foot of chain is a rope. So we're tied off. And I tell my cousin, here's my knife, my pocket knife, cut the rope when we get out there and, do what you gotta do. Well, that was the plan. So as we're stacked up, waiting to run out, it's me in the middle, my cousin in front of me. He has my shotgun now. I have the 30-06. My elder's behind me, and I have my elder's shotgun, which is a 12 gauge, over my shoulder. This fucking thing, man, I swear to you, it was such a goose gun. It was so long. Anyway, we took the birdshot out and put in slugs and buckshot and so on and so forth. So as we're getting ready to leave, just as it was getting light out, we hear this thack. Sound like someone's shooting a pellet gun at plywood, right? So we stop. We're all standing there, and all of a sudden, tack, 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 tack. And then it sounded like a hailstorm would just pelting this place. And immediately we tucked back into that little cubby again. And it was like every time we were trying to get out of there, these things had one more thing to throw at us, right? Well, after that, it was quiet. We were quiet. We calmed down. And when we were getting ready to really make a move and leave, it was light enough to where I could see from where we were at, 50 yards from my left and the river bank to my right. We didn't need a flashlight or nothing. Well, we look out. We're about to go. And it was like, let's go. We get out the door, and the skip is only 20 feet away, and it's a drop bank about 6-7 feet. Once we hit the edge of the bank, my cousin jumps down, and I stand there, and I have to help my elder from behind me come in front of me and step down this steep bank. And get his footing, right? So he gets his footing, and once he's got his footing, I grab the 30-06 in my right hand. I scoot back about 5-6 inches tops, stand up, and immediately as I'm full height, this rock screams past my face, and my eyes lock onto it. It impacts the water, about 3 feet of water in the Nuyukuk River. Boosh! And this thing impacted so hard, and I heard it and saw it. It hit so hard before the water could rush over and close up the impact. It was intense. And this rock was, gosh, at least a little bigger than a basketball. And had I not scooted back, and if I had just stood up where I was, I would not be here explaining this to y'all. So when the rock flies by, I realized it came from my left. I turned. I had the 30-06. My cousin had my shotgun at this point. When I turned to my left, this big black nothing that we saw earlier was coming out of the trees, and I assumed it was the one that threw the rock, and I put 3 30-06 rounds on it, right? Bam, bam, bam. I heard each round go thunk, thunk, thunk. It stopped moving forward. It didn't quiver. It didn't waver or nothing. It just stopped moving forward. Immediately, I turned around, jumped down to where the skiff was. My uncle was still trying to. He was sitting on the edge of the skiff with his feet on the outside. I shoved him in, like, we gotta go. I yelled at my cousin because he did not cut the line, and it was a goat rope in them moments. I yell at my cousin, idle down, give me the knife, give me the knife. He throws me the knife. I cut the line we were tethered to. I tell my cousin, idle down, because the idle was too high to shift. He kept trying to shift into reverse and couldn't because it was just idling too high with the outboard. After I shoved my uncle in there and my cousin, they're both looking back towards my direction, towards the riverbank side behind me. And their eyes get big as saucers, looking up and above me. When I turned, as I'm pushing off from the riverbank, when my cousin got it into reverse, when I looked back, I saw from ground level to maybe the top of the shin, it was really, really dark hair, but the ends of the hair were like auburn, red, white, or man, it was more orangutan orange, red than anything else. So I push off with this over my shoulder. My cousin's got it in reverse. The outboard's still warming up. And once he shifts it into forward, like I'm trying to reload this 30-06, and the skiff is swaying side to side. And I didn't learn this until almost 20 years later, that rocks were being thrown at this outboard. As I assumed in the moment that he was trying to break friction and get up on step. But in reality, these things were chucking rocks There was big dents in the transom. The cowling was cracked on the 40-horse Yamaha. It was the worst night of my life. And that's what happened back in 2006 on the Nuyakuk River. And it's not isolated to me and my relatives. Terry Shade, Harry Barnes, like, I could literally go down a slew of names of people who, same scenario, that had to shoot their way out of there. Anyway, please forgive me. I'm just trying to be as eloquent and direct as I can.
You did a wonderful job. A few questions.
My turn.
Come back. Okay, we'll come back. Question.
Yeah, we got to talk to you about that. Also, for
We're gonna mute again, so mute.
but you can still be able to hear. Oh, sorry. Let me. Okay, we're going. Okay, good. Now, as far as when this only started about 3 years ago. I'd moved back to my original home area where my family lives, all my cousins, and I was always the adventurer kind of person. I was always going somewhere. So when I came back, I learned about these spiders that are everywhere up in the mountains and the caves and places like that. So I was the only one who knew about these things. So I was basically the only one hunting or looking for these spiders. And I got some night vision. I got some thermal, and some friends asked me if I wanted to go hunting with them, which I don't hunt, but I wanted to use the thermals and the night vision and test them out. I'm not a hunter. I don't hunt anything. We do track, but so I'm out there, and I do things a little different being a tracker. I was riding as a passenger on a 4-wheeler out to the hunting areas, and it's plentiful of deer and everything. So I just had him slow down a little bit, and I kind of eased off of the 4-wheeler and let him keep going. So there was no stopping sound, and there was no starting sound. And I moved with the wind so that whenever the wind started blowing, that's when I would move, and I would stop at a bush and stop at a bush and stop at a bush or behind a tree until I got to the deer stand. And again, I don't hunt, and they had a deer feeder and everything out there. And I was running the thermals, and I got some hot spots, and I started monitoring that because it's a new, to me, it's a new kind of, not a toy, but a new kind of item that's going to help us see more things. And so it finally got close enough to where I put my rifle scope on it. And it was a 30-30. I borrowed that one. So I put that 30-30 up on it, and I was looking, and I followed it all the way down to where the knee was, because we've had poachers in that area before, and we've had to run them off and had gunfights, I guess you would say, at nighttime, middle of the night. We're firing and making sure people are off the land. So at first I was thinking it may be a poacher because the knee was there, but it had stringy hair, kind of like, not like the mange, but sporadic, just patches, not real thick. And I'm looking at it, and I moved the rifle over just a little bit more, and there's some more there. I don't think but we'll show you those later. And so I held my ground there. I could hear the teeth chattering behind me. I knew they were over there. I could see another one because I'm scanning with the night vision. I'm scanning with the thermals. I'm scanning with the 30-30. And we stay there until dark. They don't move and I don't move. This place is plentiful about hog. You got to be very weary, but there were no hogs there. There was no deer, which is the most abnormal thing there. My friends, they came and picked me up. They came to the stand. They wanted to use the thermals and everything, so they were looking around with it, which gave us, and I think about it, but at that time, they're looking all over the place with the thermals and night vision, so it looks like we're kind of looking for something, but they're just testing it out. So we get back to the, we do that for a little bit, and we ride back to the cabin, and I tell them that, you know, I've seen a Bigfoot out there, a couple of Bigfoots out there, and of course, they're not known for their, the people I'm with has never seen them either. So they started ridiculing me and started laughing and poking fun, which that's not a thing that I like. And especially with the people I was with, I didn't want to, you know, let these people, which, you know, our friends, we grew up together, but I didn't like that they were poking fun. But I told them that there's Bigfoots out here. And so a week later, they wanted to go hunting again and called me and asked me if I wanted to go with them. And I said, yeah, I'll go with you. But this time I took a shotgun. I took my 12-inch knife. I took the 30-30, all the shells I could load down, night vision, thermals. And, of course, when we got to the cabin again, I'm loading the 30 down, putting every shell in there. I've got the biggest 3-inch shotgun shells I could find. I got them loaded down. I got a shotgun strapped on my back. I got that 30-30. I got my knife, night vision. And usually we only take one bullet or two, depends on how many deer we want because it's so plentiful. We used to stay there 3 days and only hunt like 30 minutes before we was ready to go home because it's so plentiful. But so that this is the next week I'm up there with them and they're joking again. Is all that ammunition for Bigfoot and everything? I said, well, if it's a bear, because that's what they said. Oh, that's a bear out there, which there wasn't. But I said, well, if that's a bear, I'm coming back with a bear. Well, I'm still putting shells in. And they're still ridiculing me and, you know, kind of poking fun. And so I get them to drop. I want to have them drop me off at another ambush spot, which is a pond area, because all animals go to water. They need water, so that's where I expected these Bigfoots to be. But this guy wouldn't drop me off at the road. He drove me all the way up to the pond, which gave my position away of what I was trying to do. But I heard a noise right when I got up there, and I started running the thermals. And I got a hot spot just a little past the pond area. So I know they're there. So I start backing out and I could hear movement behind me. So I start picking my pace up, walking a little bit faster. And I can hear that pace also picking up faster and faster and faster. And then I stop in midair with 1 foot. I stop 1 foot in midair. But I hear that thud. I hear that next step happen. And I'm saying, now I got you. But at that time, I didn't realize that they were, you know, huge. But I'm still saying, I got you. And so I start backing out a little bit more. And then I hear this just romp like a elephant running through the woods. But it's coming behind the brush. And it's big. It's heavy. I know it is. So I take that 30-30 off, I grab the shotgun, drop to one knee, and I'm waiting for it to come through the woods. But it stops behind the bushes. I can't see it. So I'm starting to pull back. And I get behind this other tree, I run the thermals again. And not only do I have one in front or off to where the first one was, but now I'm picking up thermals this side. Picking up thermals that there's 2 more circling on the far side. So they're moving to my west side. I got one right in front of me and I'm backing away from that one. And while I'm scanning and looking at these two, I look down and I realize I'm standing in the shadow of a Bigfoot. And my whole body was like right here, but that shadow was like that. And you could see the arms, the head, how big the shoulders were. And so I put that 30-30 down, pulled the hammer back on the shotgun, and I whipped around because I was going to fire as soon as I did. But of course, I was in the glare and I couldn't get a shot and I couldn't see anything. And the shadow was gone. So I started pulling back. And, a lot of things happened. I found a good place to hold my position where everybody else was hunting. Everyone else only had one bullet. So I knew that if we engaged, they would have been killed because, they might have got one shot, but there was multiple out there and they didn't know where to shoot anyway. So I just held my ground and let these creatures know that I knew where they were going because I was using the thermals, and I would always look in a certain direction to let them know that I could still see where they were going. But where our four-wheelers were, while everyone was hunting, they all moved to where the four-wheelers were and got behind the bushes and was waiting for us to return. And we got back to the to the four-wheelers, and people were saying, "Oh, there's no Bigfoots," and I'm taking thermals, and there's hot spots in the brush line right behind us, maybe about 10 foot, big thermals, and they want to drink a beer right there, and I said, "We got to go," and but this was the first time they actually said, "Okay," most time they want to stay out there in the dark because they know the area, or we all do, but they finally wanted to go back, and this is the first time that they really drove back fast, which was abnormal. And they were supposed to spend the night at the cabin, and our group was coming back in, but they all said that none of us are going to spend the night at the cabin, that they all wanted to follow us back in to stay together. So they had a feeling there. And so we get out of that, and I tell them about the Bigfoots. Because I did take a shot at those two that were trying to circle me just to get them to stop moving, and they laid down, so I knew that I had time now to back out. And so that next week I'm also given another tracker training course, but this is physical. This is at the house. This is in a place where I could train people to do physical fit in the camp. It was an indoor, in camp kind of thing. And this young man who was taking the course, when I would tell him it's your nap time, go to sleep, he would go to his tent or his little room, and he would be on the internet with Facebook and talk to his friends and all that. But we all had to take different shifts, what we call guard duty in the military. But you take your watch to make sure that everybody can sleep, everybody's protected. So one of the nights, I think it was the fourth night of the camp, or that day, he's playing, because I told him that if Bigfoots, if you want to call them in, if you have to call them in, to take care of that problem, there's 3 ways to do that. And one is doing the rabbit dance, which you would use your foot or a club, and you would beat on the ground or on a wood, like a tree that fell. You just and it's like a rabbit that's just calling a mate. Or you can use the sound or the audio of a wolf, because they use the wolf to hunt also. Or you can use the sound of an owl, because the owls hunt for these things also. They'll always be together. But they will come in, but they'll always come in with the glare of the sun. So if it's in the morning, expect them coming in with the morning sun. If it's a nighttime thing, they're going to circle back to your west side and come in. They'll always be in the glare of the sun. So this young man, I come out and he's playing. It's a barn owl. And I said, "What are you doing?" He goes, "Well, I just wanted to hear what the owl sounds like." I said, "Okay, well, you just put that sound out here, and there's predator or Bigfoot's just right over here, and you just called them in." And he goes, "No, I just wanted to hear the owl, see what it sounds like." I said, "Okay, but you use one of the signs that's going to call these things in, so don't do that anymore." So we came, and it was his guard duty time. It's probably about 12 o'clock. Got him to take his shift. And I said, "Is there anything?" Well, I'd always say with every time we took over a shift, we'd say, "Were there any abnormalities or disturbances?" And he would say, he said, "No." And I said, "Well, what do you hear?" And he goes, "I don't hear anything." I said, "Okay, well, that's an abnormality. There should be some crickets. There should be some locusts. But there's nothing out here." And then we heard one bird chirp. And I said, "Do you hear that?" And he said, "Yeah, it's a bird." I said, "Okay." And then there was a cricket that made a sound. I said, "Did you hear that?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, okay. Well, first of all, a bird and a cricket are not going to be making noise at nighttime because the bird will eat the cricket. And the cricket's not going to give its position away to a bird that's real close to it." So, and I also said, "But if these things are going to try to surround us, we're going to hear another bird off to our left or off to our west side, and that's our danger side." And about 5 minutes later, another bird started chirping in the west. And I said, "Okay, so now we're getting surrounded." And I tell another person, I said, "Get the night vision out, get the thermal, start running those." The young man who was with us, he was tired and sleepy because he didn't go to sleep during his sleep time. He was on the internet. And so he's one person that's running the night vision, and they're saying, "I can see it. It's by the dumpsters, and it's huge. It's like a big football player." And they said, "I can see its lips moving. It's calling, or it's using hand signals. It's talking to something." And then we heard the other chirp again over on our west side. I said, "I know this is going to sound crazy, but I want everyone to turn away from the one that's making the signals, that's making the noise, that wants us to look at it. That's the decoy. We need to turn towards the west side. That's the one that's hunting." And so we all turned, and since we knew that we was getting boxed in, the other person and myself, we went shoulder to shoulder. And in trackers, we go shoulder to shoulder, especially with two people, because you want to know where that other person is in the dark. And if you're shoulder to shoulder, you know where that person is. So we stayed there. We started running the thermals again. The Bigfoots, they stayed. They didn't approach anymore, only because we shifted. We started facing the west side. The decoy was hitting a dumpster. It was making noise. It was wanting us to turn back to it, but we stayed this way, and we had to stay there all night. And the young man who was tired and everything, he says, "I can't stay awake. I'm just too tired." I told him, I said, "If you go to sleep, you go home," because we were in a tracker course. I said, "Because right now you're supposed to be the one protecting us, and now we're having to protect you." And he actually fell asleep. So the rest of us who was shoulder to shoulder all night, had to wait until the Bigfoots were called back. And they do that, and when they call the Bigfoots back, the ones who are out, it's the female, they'll call them back. And they have a whistle that if you listen for it, you'll know when it's safe, when the Bigfoots are being pulled back. I'm going to try to do that one. And it's That's what you're going to hear, especially early in the morning times. They're calling the other ones back. We had one tree, so it couldn't go back. So we all turned, and then we heard it go down, and it left. But that young man we sent home that very next day. He was the grandson of a good friend of mine. We made special arrangements to get him into the course. And once he did that, we had to send him home. But he did excel in boot camp after that because he knew that you don't fall asleep or you will get sent home. So those are the major ones. We had other encounters, but these are the ones where we actually got surrounded. But we had been training for this kind of situation beforehand. We always talk about another person who used to teach, but they would let the student encounter the Bigfoot and then explain it, which that just shook everybody up, and they were more frightened to go out into the woods than anything. But what we were doing was teaching everything that's going to happen before it happens. So you know what to expect, how to maneuver, what to do, and how to come home. But that was the encounters that I had. I think Fred had popped up.
Yeah, I think we just lost signal with Fred.
Okay.
I wanted to bring up one other thing that I forgot.
Go ahead.
Okay.
If that's okay.
Sure.
I just wanted to let Fern and Gina know that I forgot to tell them I'd never gifted, right? Unknowingly or unknowingly. But whenever I woke up, after I'd passed out, he had taken the 3 fish that I had in my bucket. I left that out, but he'd taken those fish. So he gifted himself. He took my fish.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that's maybe why he showed up where he was getting my fish. But he had to have come in through a portal because there was no other tracks coming towards me or leaving.
Mm-hmm.
He had to just show up behind me whenever he.
Okay, so I just wanted to, we lost our sound, so we missed the whole story.
Oh.
Oh no.
I do have it. You sent it to me, but you did. I wonder if Gina, if you had heard it, because you sent it to Steve, right?
Oh.
Steve Isdahl was the first person that I ever sent my story to.
Right.
Yeah. He read it online.
And the story was called You Hooked a Big One? No, that's not it.
I hooked him in his upper left chest.
He hooked Sasquatch. Do you recall that story?
No.
Oh.
And I will link when War Chief told the story on this channel as well. I'll put that in the chat.
Oh, great. Yeah.
Yeah, Gina, he was about 4.5 feet behind me.
Oh, my goodness.
And
Yeah.
I turned
he was
and I
15?
thought I'd hung a tree limb, but it wasn't.
He hooked
In my head, I was 6 foot tall. The top of my head was about 6 inches below his belly button.
My gosh.
So I figured he's probably 12 foot or better,
Yeah.
6 foot wide across the shoulders too.
Yeah.
I want to this one little clip was not shown a while ago. I want to show this clip real fast. It's about the fairies. It just didn't show at the very end. But whenever, and like Native American people, whenever we have things moving in the house or something breaks or we trip or something, we're all taught that this is our ancestors, to make a feast for them, leave a plate for them, leave a chair there for them. Nobody sits in it. Nobody eats that plate. This is for whoever is disgruntled, or if they just want attention, or this is what we're told. But Also, we're not told about that these fairies will come in and knock things over. They'll open our drawers. They'll get into our cabinets. So this video, we had seen it, and we said, well, if they blow it up, they're going to see these fairies. And this was not on that last clip, but I want to show it real fast. But if you watch, you're going to see things opening up, knocked over. But we slowed it down to show you what was knocking things over. It's not a ghost. It's not a haunted house. It's little fairies in the house things. I'm going to show this little clip real fast. And this is, it will show fairies. And it does have a giant at the end. I forgot we put a giant at the end. It's a bonus with this. I'm going to show it real fast. And that was one that we wanted to show also because the drawers were being opened, the cabinet doors were being swung open, things were coming off, things were flying around. But everyone, we've been taught to have a dead feast, that is our loved ones, but we weren't also taught that these are little fairies that will do this, so knock things over, and that they just need a little bit of food. They don't need a big steak. They just need one little bite, and they'll even trick people to get blood. But they are around your homes, or when you got orbs or Bigfoots, you're going to have fairies, little people, apparitions, ghosts.
We want you to know that we consider them all predators of varying sizes. We don't trust any of them.
And before we get to the open floor, I want to show two more quick videos. This is to help people distinguish between coyote sounds and what a predator sounds like that's mimicking. So we want to help people distinguish, and you can hear it once you listen. We're going to play these real quick videos. I believe this one is of the owls. The one on the end is the one that we recorded. We're going to play it for you real fast.
I'll have some. 3. What is it?
Reminds cases. Yeah.
We always say that last one's a good attempt. That sounded like an owl, but you can tell it's not an owl. But they do mimic all these creatures. So we're going to play another quick video, and this one's of coyotes. The first part is coyotes, then you're going to hear. Real fast.
かがのこと。Yeah.
We're gonna play one more clip, and as you can tell, that was not coyotes at the very end. We played the first part just all coyotes, so everybody could hear the yipping, the note change, the same kind of volume and the sounds. But that second part were Bigfoots out in the area, out in this area. This is the whistle call. We were supposed to have some people from the Mississippi reservation. They turned this one in. We're going to play this one real fast, but this is an echo call that the Bigfoots use also.
Who's that?
We just wanted to play those for you real fast, and we could go to open floor.
Do you want to show any more photos or anything real quick?
Okay, we're going to show photos real fast of some Bigfoots real fast, and then we'll come back to open floor. And then we'll come back to open floor. Okay. Those were some predator Bigfoots, and Fern, you have one of your photos in there, and thank you for that. But those were what the sounds sound like, and we wanted to help people distinguish between a fake owl and a real owl, real coyotes, and the predator Bigfoot sounds. They're callback sounds in the mornings. You're going to hear those if you listen. And the different faces of the Bigfoot. They're not going to all look like the Chewbacca. We have one in there that looked like the Chewbacca one, probably only one in there. The rest of them are all different configurations, different. One has a snout like an alligator. We call one Chicklet. It's got some big teeth out there. We didn't get to show the ones with the dogs, though.
I can hold it up to the screen.
Okay, I forget that. But we're going to go to open floor. So everyone, you have the floor now. If there's any questions or... sorry.
Go to the main screen. We do want to show you these two.
Yeah, we're going to show two quick photos.
Because we want you to see that you put it behind the little dog. We take these little dogs and use them to lure them, but besides that, they feed on them energetically and physically. To lure children into the woods, or to lure anyone into the woods.
And I don't know if everyone got to see this one.
Yeah.
And we're going to show this real fast also.
They will also, this is a...
Look at this one.
This is a Bigfoot in a...
Pretty.
There's a little dog beside it. The little dog is now passed on. But that Bigfoot was sitting on the porch, captured by a ring cam. They will even do like a UPS man would bring biscuits or food to the pets. They're not doing it because they love your pets. They're doing it because they want access and they want to be able to get close. We'll put the juveniles in clothing also. It's an urban camouflage that they will use to get closer to humans.
And we're at open floor now, so if there's any questions or comments, more than welcome.
Well, Fern, the name of that was the name of that, Steve, was my lure was caught in the chest of a beast 4 feet behind me.
Good. And we put the link to your interview with us is in the chat also, Warchief.
Oh.
And we also put Fern's link in there.
Some of them I sent out was Terror at Mountain Fork River.
Wow.
That was the name of some of the others that I'd sent out. I don't remember what it was I sent to y'all, Jerry. Was it
no,
Terror?
The interview.
Huh?
We did the interview on here.
We posted the full interview of you with us in the chat.
Terror at Mountain Fork River is one of them I've sent in, and the other one was before I knew that there was a Club of No Return. That's the one I sent. That's the first one I sent to Steve. That was the name of it.
We'd also like to welcome Tracker B to the room. She just got off work. Tracker B, can you hear us?
Hey, Tracker B.
She's got herself muted.
Oh, just left again.
You saw her, she left.
It may be back.
She may be having trouble. Well, we're at 4 hours.
Oh my God. For hours.
I'd actually like to
Well,
do this
y'all
again.
saw the picture Sibylla Irwin did for me, right? Oh, there she's
Yeah.
back.
We did, yeah.
Okay.
Tracker
Yeah,
B, yes?
Yes, I'm here.
Off work now, yes?
Oh, that's
I'm here.
Okay.
Yeah,
Um,
I've never seen them
With
red
red eyes.
eyes.
Neither have I.
Yeah.
do you want me to? What do you want to-
Retractor.
We're at open floor, so if there's any questions or
Any questions?
Well, he's looking for something. Tracker B, we don't have time to go into every story, but would you catch us up real quick? And then I will also, if I can, link into the comments some of your stories, and then we would like to get you back to the update show too. And we'll just have to do this again because we had several guests that weren't able to make it in tonight, and I think this went really well, and we'll do another. We'll continue.
yeah, we need
do
to have
more.
another one because other people didn't make it in. One guy fell off a ladder today. He hurt his ankle. He just got in from the hospital. The white buffalo calf pipe terrier and the Hioka. They're still waiting on signal. They're out in the Lakota area trying to get a good signal.
They've been messaging behind the scenes, but they just can't get in to talk.
The
So we will have it again. but-
other person with the Bigfoot in the hoodie couldn't make it either tonight, but they have a lot of activity.
So we'll come back, and then we also had follow-up questions for Fred. So we'll come back with another night. But Tracker B, if you wouldn't mind, if you've got some fairly quick stories that you or updates, would you share?
Yes, Tracker B has a lot of.
You always have
encounters.
so much. Can you hear us, Tracker B? I don't think it's going to. Well,
There was another video I wanted to show, but I can't find it. So, how about if we have everybody back?
we'll Tracker B, we'll have to come back a different night. We will do this again along these same lines.
There's another one of your cousins, the Southern Navajo.
Yeah.
They were also supposed to be here,
Pyromedic also.
and Pyromedic had to work tonight.
Yeah.
But he came into the stream for just a little bit. But we could do comments.
We'll run through the comments real quick.
If you have anything for the guest, this would be the time
Yeah.
to pass that on, or if you'll do the comments, I'm gonna try to find this one. I'm gonna try to find this one audio. Lee Tracker will take care of the comments. Just I'll be
Okay.
I'm
If
right
you're
here.
still here with us, want to shout out to Minority Reporter, Blanquito, Southpaw is here. I'm not as quick on these comments as he is. Minority Reporter says our stickman Bigfoot. Yes, another one. Danette is here. Doris Diaz. Hi, Doris. Tracker A is here. And we'd also like to get her in to talk again with us. Bernice was trying real hard to get here tonight, but she was working. And now I think she's having trouble with her sound. Tracker B, if you can hear, talk.
Can you hear me?
There you are. We're going to bring you back on a different night because your stories always have such excellent detail.
Uh-huh.
We don't want to
only
miss
because we're at 4.
Yeah, we don't want to miss anything, and we want everyone to hear your stories.
Okay.
Just because it was so late, but we appreciate you coming in. Bobby is here. Hey, Bobby. Sue G. Hey, Sue G. Sly Dog is back too.
If y'all have any questions for the guests,
Yeah, go ahead and write them at the end, and when I get down there, we'll read them off. Aho from New Mexico, Logic Fontano. Hello, Logic. Aho. They told Logic not to whistle at night. That's right. Unknown from New Zealand. How are you? Logic is Danae also, like Bernice.
right.
Christian Pratt is here. Who's whistling?
I heard
I
somebody.
mean, who's whispering? Lisa Lou. Hope you're feeling all right. Y'all say prayers for Lisa Lou.
It was me.
Saludos, Christian. Cubanator is here also.
Hey, all right.
There's Judy, always quick with the hearts and the love. Let's see. I'm not going to read every one of them. Pyromedic says, we were warned about Skilly and knew of the little people. Skilly is our shapeshifter.
That might be him.
And Pyromedic had to work tonight. He's a first responder, but hopefully we will be able to schedule it on a night when he can come in too for the next one. There's Jerry getting on to him. He's on, Pyro is on duty, he said.
Oh.
Alan Goodyear says, good morning, everyone here. Hi, Alan. Good to hear from you. Jim from Life's Adventures is here. Let's see. Bonnie DeLeo says, I didn't make the live stream, but this was absolutely fascinating. Good. Thank you, Bonnie. Pyro says he will send some new orb pics. And he understood that type of gifting to be for our ancestors and the little people, not anything evil. Diamond Dwarf says, we kept mining 3 years. We got 200 pounds PGM metal and bunches of crystals. Bigfoots were always there, and they do make themselves known at our spot. You be very careful. And good to hear from you. Diamond Dwarf says, I don't want to get 8 is all. We agree. We don't want you to get 8 either. And they say, the knowledge you guys share is helpful. Thank you. Good. That's why we're doing it. We want everybody to come home safely. Jody says, I think Fred's volume was causing feedback. Hi, Jody. Let's see. Robert. I'm sorry, I don't have time to go put that in the translator right now, but we're glad you're here, Robert. If you will set the transcription, I think that it.
I translated it.
Oh,
Yeah, it says, excuse me, but the truth is that I don't understand what they say. I just listen to them and I see why I don't understand anything. If I were alien, I could translate it into Spanish. It would be better.
Yeah. Hopefully Robert can get our book when it comes out in the Spanish, so that he'll have the information that he needs to be safe out there too. And thank you, War Chief.
Bet.
Pyromedic says Tracker C, which is War Chief, is the only one I've heard of that I can honestly say has caught a Bigfoot.
Yeah, but he got away, Pyro.
Here.
Imogene says demons will also. Imogene says demons will also lead you to believe they are loved ones who died. Absolutely. A lot of people think they're talking to their ancestors and setting out dinner for their ancestors and things like that. And it's not. It's a way to fool you and to groom you, really. And they can do it for many, many years before they do decide to attack. Katie Seal says, hi, Lead Tracker E and Jerry. Y'all are so wonderful, and I'm grateful for all I'm learning. My dog and I came under attack by these evil creatures one terrifying night on our property in rural Mississippi. Glad to hear from you, Katie. And then hate to hear that. In the next message, I put our email address if you would like to send us information about that, if you'd like to talk to us. And then Bernice came in the room. Jim from Life's Adventure says, whistle at night and you're with me, you won't have to worry about Bigfoot. He's saying don't be whistling at night around him. He'll get you before the Bigfoot will. Unknown says, excellent content. Thank you. Thank you. JR says, wonderful stream tonight. Thank you, JR. Diamond Dwarf says, one day at a time out there. Thanks, guys. Thank you, Diamond Dwarf, and hope you're collecting lots of good stuff out there. Life's Adventure says, love the stream tonight. Thank you. And Jody says, thank you all. Fern, Gina, War Chief, Fred, Mike, wow. Be safe. Amazing show. Thank you, guys. And there's so much more. We didn't even scratch the surface. We had a lot more.
And if we had everyone here, it would have been.
But we've kept you all long enough.
Let me play this one quick video or audio. We just want to show you that to distinguish between real dogs and the Bigfoots. It's only about a minute. We're going to just play that real fast. Let me get that off. We're going to play this one audio real fast. It's only about a minute. It's distinguishing between the sound of a regular dog. And I hope this sound works.
You can hear the difference in the depth and the volume. We will be getting at some point some equipment that'll allow us to do we'll have graphs to show with our sound. You know, our equipment will improve as time goes by. April Martin says, hello, people. Hi, Jerry and Tracker E. These topics are mighty scary. They can be. We want people to be prepared, not scared, but prepared.
Yeah, prepare each other.
We can handle anything if we know what we're dealing with. April says, that's my mom and her friend you're in channel with. Oh, April, so are you the one that was peeking in the middle?
How is that?
Well, you're a cutie and you have a great smile.
She'd come by, sneak by.
You just have a great energy about you.
And Fern and them, y'all didn't see when she put the rabbit ears behind y'all and all that. She was, hey! Wow.
We got our laptop going again. Yeah.
Do that.
Hey, we love this part. And whatever. We didn't get to do it. Oh,
Some,
no, now we just look dumb.
sometimes.
Okay. Blue Cruise says tuned in. Hello, all. Blue
Hey,
Cruise.
wait.
Lots of new names tonight. That's wonderful. We're glad you're here. April says he. Yep. Okay.
So we want to ask y'all if y'all would return, and we'll work it out for either next weekend because we want to finish the second book that we're working on, but we can reorganize with the people who didn't make it.
Yeah.
Because y'all would really like to hear their stories. Other tribes, they all have information that we all need to be sharing together, so that we all have the same information and we can all be safer and more prepared and not scared. What we're talking about, don't be scared, but let's train. Let's prepare for encounters. Let's prepare for the encounter before it happens, so we know what to do.
And one thing that we did see across the board here is that there is power in the name of Jesus, in the name of Yeshua. There is power and safety in the Creator's protection. Because their life strong. Blue Cruise says, I think it's my first time tuning into the live stream. We hope to be doing more live streams again. We were doing a lot, and then we got into a bunch of other things we had to do in the class, but hopefully we can get back to more of them. And April says, I heard a little about the portals. Where I grew up, we saw many, many portals of many sizes.
Oh, good.
Yeah, we have a stream on portals or video.
Yeah, we didn't even spoke on one of our stories.
And we'll go into them too because we had some pictures
Yeah.
to show tonight of a portal too. But we'll do that again.
Yeah, we're just scratching the surface, and
Yeah.
we want to get everyone back, get this information back, and we're gonna have the other tribes. We're gonna wrestle them down. I think we're gonna
try to get
okay, nobody go to work on this day. Nobody.
Would have dedicated a bunch of viewers to be here 4.5 hours later, and it really does just fly by.
It goes too fast.
Thank you guys.
We're done. We're finished.
We'll see you. Love you.
Okay, we're gonna close with prayer, and then we are going to get back to everybody again, and so we can all be back.
Be sure you hit like and subscribe and set your alerts so that you get a notification. And if you're already subscribed, double check because you know how they like to make it disappear. And also share our video out so that it's suggested to more people. You know how the algorithms work. And Fred, I don't know if you're still listening in or not, but thank you for being here. Thank you to every one of our guests.
Yeah.
Gina, Fern, War Chief, Tracker B also.
Mike, he came in.
Yeah. Mike too. Thank you. We appreciate all of you. And we'll go ahead and say a prayer and let everybody get to bed. Oh wait, Ernie Garcia says, thank you, Jerry and Ella, for your continued effort in advising people the truth in our living world. Much love and greetings from my family to yours. Thank you, Ernie. It's always good to hear
Ernie's
from
a
you.
very special person.
Yeah. Always very supportive of us. Thank you. Father, we thank you. We just always enter your gates with praise. We thank you that you give us the knowledge that you need. We thank you for your protection. We thank you for your beautiful, amazing creations and that you allow us to be a part of it. We pray your hand of healing over Lisa Lou, over Lainey, over all those who need it tonight. We thank you that the healing's already on its way. And we thank you just for everything, for this podcast, for these people, for our friends. We just thank you for it all, Lord, and letting us be a part of it. Let everyone get a good night's sleep, Lord. No bad dreams. In Jesus' name, amen.
Amen.
Oh, it's so wonderful that
Why can't you go ahead and send me my test tomorrow?
His test, is that what he said?
Yeah.
Ready to go for
we
his
can send
test.
you the special test.
Oh, I see. Okay. I see how you are.
That's a 200 test
That's
question.
because I opened my mouth, huh?
You get all the hard questions. We're gonna get your special.
I see. I see.
That's the
I
first.
feel special.
So we will get back with y'all, especially Fern and Gina, and we want to know about those portals also on the next one. We're going to try to do this next weekend if you're both available, and we're going to get with the other people. And I know Laney's ankle should be better by then, and the other medicine people, they should have everything worked out. They just didn't have a good connection. They're still trying to get in, but I'm letting you know we're going to.
Yeah, and maybe Fred will have left the bottle alone.
Yeah.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's okay. That's a stressful thing to talk about.
Yeah.
You know, we get it.
Yeah.
I want to tell you something. His encounter up there is probably why he's medicating himself with that.
Yeah, we really appreciated him coming on here, and we've got some follow-up questions for him, and we'll get with him again, and we'll let y'all go.
Yeah, but a lot of people understand that once you have an encounter that close, it does change you.
It does, and it helps to talk about it. So each time somebody gets to talk about it, the more healing it is. So, all right. Yep. Good night, warrior.
Good night.
Y'all have a good one.
You all.
We'll see y'all again very soon. We will be in contact.
Nice to meet you, Gina.
Yes, Gina. Nice to meet you.
Thank you for taking care of our friend, even if she doesn't listen to you.
Yeah. I wonder if y'all both listen to each other. It's like, well, you go. No, you can. No.
Y'all have ladies.
Good night, everybody. We're going to do this again. We're going to have a part 2.
Hey, Rhett's back.
And thanks for being here, and we'll see y'all again. Have a good night, Gina, Word Chief, Fern. Y'all have a great night, and thank y'all for being here.
Bye.
Bye.